Oh yeah,
'Cause
for sure.
if,
For
if you
sure.
stay if you stay too long,
You don't want to come home.
could be trouble.
Yep.
Could be trouble.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I'm
Okay here.
always in the foothills there west of Calgary. I'm always reminded of the story of the old farmer. Somebody asked him, "How do you like living and how do you like the mountains?" And he says, "Well, I guess they're all right, but they block the view."
Yeah.
We are live now.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no more stories.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. I'm Barbara DeBreen, the Deputy Mayor, and I'll be chairing the meeting today. Everyone, welcome online and in person. I'll call the meeting to order at 9:01 a.m. Mayor Milne, would you like to read the land acknowledgement, please?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. The only difficulty I have is the only one I've got in front of me here is the county one. So if that's all right, I'll read that one. I want to begin by respectfully acknowledging that we are gathering on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe Nation, the people of the Three Fires known as the Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi nations. And further, we give thanks to the Chippewas of Saugeen and the Chippewas of Nawash, known collectively as the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, the traditional keepers of this land since time immemorial. To our south lies the traditional territories of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy and the Six Nations of the Grand River. We are dedicated to honoring Indigenous history and culture and committed to moving forward in the spirit of truth and reconciliation and friendship with all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples.
Thank you. Is there anyone registered for open forum?
Nobody has registered today.
Thank you. I'll get a confirmation of the agenda as amended. We are going to also remove 14.5 from closed session. I get a mover and seconder? Martin? Jason? Any opposed? That is carried. Be it resolved that council confirm we just did that, sorry. Declaration of pecuniary interest. Hearing none, I can remind everyone we can declare it at any time should something arise throughout the meeting. We have a delegation, 6.1, proposal for portable plant, Southgate Road 14, Stovall and Associates, Inc., on behalf of Cox Construction Limited. Could I get a mover and seconder to put it on the floor, please? Brian and Joan. Mr. Stovall? Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and staff. My name's Rob Stovall. Company is Stovall and Associates, Inc. We're a planning environmental consulting firm located in Fergus. Been doing it for over 30 years now. Cox Construction is one of my clients. Cox is a long-established road construction business. Their home office is in Wellington County, but they have properties and holdings in Dufferin and here in Southgate. And they do road construction all throughout southern Ontario. They've got a long history of road construction. They provide the aggregates and the asphalt and all the road building equipment. And like I said before, Cox has a pit just, I would say, a little bit north of Holstein, across from the township properties. And what they'd like to do, they're evaluating options, and they'd like to, for the township to consider a proposal about relocating their portable plant in the Southgate Road 14, Side Road 14 area to the township property, to the township pit. And if I could, we've prepared just a brief slide deck, and I'd like to overview some of the slides there, and maybe we'll get the ball rolling in terms of discussion following this. So could I ask you to go to am I in charge of the slide deck, or could I ask you to go to the second slide there?
We certainly can control it. If you just want to let us know when
Sure.
to slides.
Sounds good. So like I said, the proposal in front of you is to allow Cox to set up in the township pit. The reason for it is that their portable plant, it services public authority contracts. So with the township and the county and with the province. And the benefit to Cox of locating the plant to the township's property is that it's in close proximity to their pit. They call it the Holstein pit. Now, the Holstein pit provides high quality aggregates, and the idea would be that by locating the plant, the portable plant, in close proximity, that it would reduce the cost for Cox in terms of hauling, and it would reduce the amount of fuel and their carbon footprint. So that's the benefits to Cox. The potential benefits to the township would be continuous road maintenance of the township road during the time that Cox would be using it. And they set out a distance 800 meters from the intersection with the county road. And rehabilitation of the western portion of the township's pit, and that would be in consultation with township staff. So I guess that the whole idea is to get the portable plant closer to their aggregate source and closer to what they anticipate the future market's going to be. If you could go to the second page or the next slide, it just basically illustrates the haul route for the asphalt, for the outgoing asphalt trucks. So it would go from the township's pit property across the township road through the Holstein pit, over their scales, and then onto the county road. And in terms of numbers of trucks, we just put a number down in terms of what we thought the maximum amount might be. So we're talking about outflow rate of less than 65 trucks per day at the busiest times. And those busy days occur about 20 days over the course of an 80-day season. So if you go to the next slide. So this slide shows where they're going to take the aggregate from. So the aggregate is available, the sand and gravel is available in the Cox's pit, the Holstein pit there. And they would just move the material from the Holstein pit, processed at the Holstein pit, and then bring it across the township road and build up a stockpile of suitable aggregate for the asphalt plant. So in terms of the flow rates, we're talking about 40 trucks per day maximum, and that would be on an intermittent basis because they only need so much aggregate there to do the job for the asphalt plant. So again, there would be no trucks going up and down on the township roads. It's just strictly through the Holstein pit, the pit that Cox owns. So the next slide shows a little bit more detail about where we're thinking that the portable plant could be located. So it's basically directly south of the existing entrances that Cox has to their pit on Southgate Road 14. And it's at the, I would say, the eastern extent of the township's pit. And that little radius circle area illustrates in general the workspace there for the portable plant. So to do this, they're going to need to improve the entrance. They'll have to make it wider. We got an estimate there of 12 meters in width and a length of 35 meters. And they'll have to maintain it. And they'll use their on-site source of aggregates to make sure they maintain it, make sure it's a smooth roadway, smooth entranceway. So the next slide illustrates the area where Cox proposes to do the rehabilitation. So it's the western portion of the township's pit, and that area would be rehabilitated back to agriculture. Now the next slide just briefly overviews what the if you could go to the next slide, it just briefly overviews what the rehabilitation would be at the township pit. So it's an area of about a little bit bigger than 3 hectares, so 31,800 square meters. It's on the west side of the pit. The rehab's to be done in accordance with the license and the site plans under the Agri Resources Act. And like I said before, the rehabilitation would consist of side sloping the pit face and getting the proper grades on that and part of the pit floor, and then reapplying soil. And once the final grades are achieved, then you would put the topsoil on and plant it. So Cox's team has had a lot of experience on rehabilitating pits, both theirs and other pits. We think that the rehabilitation would probably conform with the local agricultural landscape in the local area there. So again, it's grading and probably release of compaction on the floor, and then reapplication of soil, and then planting to establish vegetation to ensure there's no erosion there. So the next slide summarizes the proposal considerations. So again, from Cox's standpoint, their goal is to get their portable plant as close to their aggregate source as they can. And it just happens that they anticipate that this area is likely to be a really good market for them to service both the municipal, county, and provincial projects that they anticipate are coming up. Their plant crew includes a lab to ensure that they make quality product. They have all the required health and safety certifications. Their team includes a field layout, operations, maintenance for the portable plant. That's to ensure that they're in compliance with relevant ministry requirements, including setbacks and buffers to adjacent land uses. And also wanted to note that Cox supports the local community, not just through the infrastructure that they build, but also through partnerships with local businesses, in particular trucking companies. So the next slide is just our closing. We'd like to close it and then open up any questions or discussion that you might have. So in closing, Cox Construction proposes to relocate their portable plant to the township, and they have identified the Southgate Road 14 area as being a really good location for them. That's primarily because the pit that they have there is a good pit, can make all the required aggregate for the high specification asphalt uses that are being called for by municipal projects. In doing that, Cox will reduce their costs from trucking, and also they hope to be located closer to their market, and they hope to reduce their carbon footprint, which is an overall goal for everyone. And then what the township gets out of it is primarily the goal is to rehabilitate the township pit, but also through maintenance of the road. And I would say that there's an opportunity down the line for additional work to make it competitive within the local road building market of the local area. So we'd close up by saying that this is an innovative partnership that we're proposing. Cox has a long and solid history that they've earned over the past, I guess it's over 70 years now, 75 years or more, that they've earned in the road construction industry. And we're just asking for the opportunity to engage in discussions with the council through your staff, and possibly consider what an outline of an agreement might be. So if you have any questions, we could do our best to answer them now. I see Bill Hartung is on the line. He represents Cox. So between him and I, we might take a shot at being able to answer them. And if we can't, we'll record them and we'll get back to council and the staff to try to address any questions or concerns that you might have. So on behalf of Cox Construction, I'd like to thank you. And if you'd like to ask any questions, fire away. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Brian.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Rob, for the presentation. And as you indicated, Cox Construction has been a valued partner of the township and indeed the county for quite a number of years. Just one question for me, and I suppose it's a rather obvious question, notwithstanding the benefit to the rehabilitation or the township, but by the remediation of the west end of our current pit, why wouldn't Cox Construction put the portable plant in their pit? And depending on where you're situated, you could cut the haul route in half. Just wondering what, I mean, I as I say, notwithstanding the remediation proposal, but I'm sure Cox isn't doing that for the good of their heart either. But I don't take that the wrong way. But I mean, it seems like an obvious question. At least it is to me. So perhaps if you could elaborate on that, please.
It's just, yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your question. The setbacks for the asphalt plant to the closest neighboring house, which would be the Lewis house, is pretty tight. So they could put it in their pit, but it's tight, and it's amazing just how much room that you need. Even though the plant is only a couple trailers, it's amazing just how much room they have. So they think that it would be, they could do it in their own pit, but they think that it would be a better location, more buffered, more setback areas if it was in the township pit. But you're right. You're everything you say is right.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's good. I kind of thought because the Lewis homestead, they're obviously they're a party to the pit license. I thought maybe that wouldn't impact the distance to the asphalt plant, but no, good answer. Thank you very much. I understand.
Good question. It was on my list as well. I have Martin and then Joan.
Thank you. I think that was on everybody's list, so thank you for answering that, Mr. Stovall. I can see the business sense of coming out here, because I think it's in Primrose, right? If I remember reading correctly.
It's a portable plant. It's set up there now, but it could go to any one of the
Yeah.
pits that they have. But yeah, that's where it's at right now.
Yeah. So competition's there, Strata and probably Dick Construction. So to get you closer to your own pit makes sense. With the rehabilitation, again, that was something that you've answered most questions. The one thought I never thought of would be, since it's agriculture and you said you're putting topsoil down, what level of topsoil to make it valuable for agricultural use in the future?
That's a good question. I had that question of Cox too, because typically what they would do is use the topsoil that was stripped off from the township pit. And they haven't gone through with township staff yet to determine how much is available right now. So that'll have to be determined to get it figured out. It's what's available at the township pit. So, and I don't know whether they have any other sources of topsoil in the area. That we'll have to deal with that later. So in terms of minimum depths, it would be set it on the site plan, but you know, I've said this before about pits, is that when you strip the topsoil off at a pit, especially in these areas, there usually isn't very much. So when you rehabilitate it, you take the topsoil that's on that was stripped from that property and you put it back on. And oftentimes you lose a little bit in the process of moving the topsoil. It's just what happens. So whatever's there, we'll go back, except for 1 tablespoon, I guess. That's all we can say. And then if we need more, then Cox and township staff would have to discuss what options are available.
One more, if I may.
Yes.
The last one is, it's been in Primrose, so for quite a while. How long do you participate? How long do you think it'll be up here for a good while? Because there's more growth that you can shake a stick at. So as I said, good business sense for Cox.
Yeah, it's difficult to tell because these portable plants, they're for government jobs. So what Cox has to do is once they establish where their location is going to be, is that they have to compete against other tenders to win it. So if they win a tender, they win it soon, and they might be knocking on your door pretty soon. But I don't know where they are in terms of their bidding process. It's usually pretty busy time of year right now on bidding. So I can't really answer specifically on it. I know they'd like to move it as soon as they could, but they need to get a job first.
Thank you. And I'll just remind everyone that this is direction. There'll be a staff report after to give direction to enter into the discussions to develop the agreement, which will include all of those, where are they getting the material from, how long the agreement is going to be good for, what is the value, hours of operations and things I would imagine. So I'll go to Joan and then Jim Ferguson.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead.
Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Stovall. I guess a part of my question was just answered. You mentioned the professionals that will be coming in and the experiences and stuff. My question was, would there be job opportunities for the residents of the township of Southgate? So I guess a little part of it was answered in terms of they getting the bid. Thank you.
Yeah, in terms of jobs, the typical jobs that flow from this are that like the way Cox's business, they have a core number of employees, and then during the work season usually they add on local qualified people. So those would be the people that would be able to assist at the plant and as part of the rehab. The other main component of it is that there's only a certain number of trucks that Cox can have on a job. So typically they hire local trucking companies to assist them on any road construction work that they have. Those are the main ones. There may be other specific subcontractors that they need on, depending on what the job calls for.
Thank you.
Great. We go to Jim and then Monica.
Just a couple questions. You guys did have that plant set up at the Lewis Farm when you did the Highway 6 job, did you not?
Yes.
Okay, because a big complaint was with the village of Holstein being so close, there's the smell. And the other concern I have is the time of operations, because we wanted to start probably paving 7 in the morning, 6:30, so the plant will have to be up and running before that. And the other concern was with the creek right behind the pit there. Hopefully that wasn't all too much at once.
I think I got it.
Okay.
So I'm pretty sure that they set the plant up there. I mean, Bill can correct me on that. Yeah, and like I said before, they could set it up, but they would prefer to have some more space around them. So yes, you're right on all that. They could, but we like this idea better. And then you said setbacks to the creek. I forgot what the second one was.
The
Oh,
just-
hours of operation. Yeah,
Yeah.
typically they work 7 to 7. And Bill can correct me on that, but the asphalt plant wouldn't be pumping out asphalt at 7. You'd never get the trucks back in time, that kind of thing. So it'll be a shorter time period than that, but that's typically what they're permitted to operate on. And again, Bill can correct me if I'm wrong on that one. That's what the hours on our pit license are too. So we're kind of tied by both those things. And then the next one is about the setbacks. The setbacks for the plant are set out on their permissions that they have on the plant. And then in terms of setbacks from the creek, typically that is done on a site-by-site basis. They're not restricted. I don't think they're restricted on their approvals for how close to a creek can be. But I think the location that we chose is well separated from the creek. There's a buffer there. Then the township's got a kind of a pit face and a berm, and then there's still separation from that part back to the back of the creek. So I don't think we'll have any issues related to that.
You good? Okay, thank you. Monica. You're muted. Or your audio's not working. We can't hear you, Monica.
How's this? Is this better?
We can hear you now.
Okay. I got a thumbs up. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And thank you, Mr. Stovall. Great presentation. I have two questions. And my first question is just with regards to regulatory and compliance considerations. So from my understanding, the MNRF requires an administrative amendment to the operational plans of both pits to allow entrance installations for material hauling. Just with regards to that, do you have an idea of how long the administrative amendment process could take, and could it cause any delays in the execution?
That's a pretty good question. I didn't know about any amendments being required. Our experience with site plan amendments are as if they're straightforward and the municipality is agrees with it, then they usually take like just a couple months. It usually doesn't take that long to do.
Okay, thank you. I'm so sorry. Part of it clipped out from my end, but I'll watch it later. But I got most of that. The last part I heard, that's good to know. Just with regards to, I really appreciate your insight into the mutual benefiting for Southgate and the corporation. So just to follow up a little bit on that, since this move does benefit Cox Construction, would there be an opportunity for additional long-term benefits for Southgate, such as ongoing road maintenance, contributions, or future rehabilitative work?
Yeah, those additional benefits that you're considering, I think that it would be best if we put that down, maybe in a discussion paper and then solidify it or cement it through an agreement. But there's a possibility on that. There's going to have to be a back and forth process on this, and it's kind of like the bargaining thing. You start out at one end and the township starts at another end, and then hopefully you find an area in the middle where you can agree on. So that's about as best as I can say on that without having the green pen from Mr. Cox. I'm not allowed to say anything more.
That's a great collaborative approach. So thank you so much.
All right, Jason and then Jim.
With the rehabilitation or the maintenance of the road, that's just in from the county road to the driveway?
Well, we put a number of 800 meters. I think that takes a little bit further past than that.
Okay,
But, yeah. But our hope is that there isn't going to be that much maintenance needed for that whole length because, like we said, we're going to not put our trucks out that way. But we made that commitment, so that's what we're going to have to do. And then I think the big thing is just making sure that the let's call it the driveway or the flow path between the two pits, that is maintained very well, that we don't have any spill outs or anything like that it's all smooth in that area. So that would be a daily ongoing thing that on an as needed basis, Cox would have to get out there and make sure that's graded up properly.
Just another one. So with that said, the day and age we're in with liability, trucks crossing the road there all the time, coming onto our property. I mean, we're all worried if somebody slips out here so if we got a bad accident coming out of our pit, are you guys totally liable for that, or what? Where are we at there? Like,
you're asking questions way beyond my pay grade. We'll have to get back to you on that one.
well, it's a pretty important one, I would say, but I don't know.
I think that'll all be addressed
I guess.
in when they sit down at the
Fine.
table to develop the agreement. All right, well, seeing Jim doesn't have a question now, so I will thank you very much for the presentation, for your time today and in answering all of our questions. There'll be more opportunity when we get to the staff report. So I'll call the question to receive the presentation and proposal from Cox Construction Limited for information. All in favor? That is carried.
Thanks, Rob. Take care.
Thank you very much, folks. Much appreciated.
You can stay online. We're just going to go right into, shortly we'll be going right into the staff report. So we'll go from there. So the next item is the adoption of the minutes from the January 15th, 2025 council and closed session meetings as presented. Could I get a mover? Jason and Jim. Any errors or omissions? Discussion? All in favor? That is carried. Public Works, 8.1.1, for those following along. Asphalt plant relocation recommendation. Be it resolved that we receive it for information and that council approve Cox Construction's proposal to relocate their asphalt plant to Southgate's Holstein gravel pit in exchange for Cox Construction, completing rehab work in the Holstein pit, and that council approves staff to negotiate a formal agreement with Cox Construction for the proposed relocation of their portable asphalt plant. Mover and seconder, please. Martin? Brian? Questions? Or shall I just turn it over to John Watson for explanation? You can elaborate on your report and then we'll go to questions.
Yeah, no, just one comment there, Jim. It was actually set up in our gravel pit in 2009 and 2010, not in their own pit there. So for the same reasons of the setback from Lewis's house. Basically, we've gone through planning at the Southgate and Grey County level. They have no issues. As it mentions in there, we've been talking to the MNRF, and the only issue they have is amending the operational plans for the entrances to be put in. So other than that, there's not much else that I can elaborate on that Rob hasn't already.
All right. Are there questions from council? Martin, Brian?
Yeah, John, he mentioned about using private contractors for trucking sometimes. Would we be using our own trucks for them? Because we seem to have a good relationship, and maybe that's where Jason's comment of liability comes in, but can't really see a problem with it, but would that be?
I don't know if we would be able to use our own trucks to haul asphalt for them. Not sure how that would work out for that, so.
Thank you. Before I go to you, Brian, Jim Ellis had his hand up. He may want to elaborate on something that might aid us in our discussion. Go ahead, Jim.
Good morning, good people. Yeah, just to go back to some of the discussion with the presentation and some clarifications. So hours of operation discussed with MNRF are applicable by our operational plans. So what those plans tell us for our hours of operation, if it's 7 to 7, those are the guidelines. It won't be 5:30 or out of those requirements, or they would have to go through another different type of amendment for that. Talking with the planning, the pits are already established, so there's no process to go to the public for consultation. It has been already addressed, and our pit license does allow for the asphalt plant to be located there. As far as the administrative plan and amendment to the operational plans, those are pretty straightforward now. They've really upped the process that we did one for the laneway, if you recall, at the Proton pit we sold to keep the laneway in there. And I think that took less than a month. Talking with our M&R representative, I think they're a little bit quicker than that. They're just a submission and turnaround basically. And of course a fee, which I think at that time was about $1,000 for the amendment. So all those things would be negotiated through the agreement and brought forth. Same with insurance. Yes, there'll be coverage and us put on. That'll all be negotiated through the agreement. So hopefully that answers a few of your questions.
Thank you. And that agreement's going to come back for further discussion
Yeah,
and
in the near
explanation. Thank
future.
you. All right, we will now go to Brian and then Jason.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just a quick question to John. I guess it would be obvious perhaps that Cox Construction will bear the cost to put that new entranceway in.
Yes, they will.
Thank you so much. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Jason.
Yeah, so we're approving it there, but you're still going to negotiate the details. So, okay. Yeah, I got no problem with it. I mean, we got to have it. It's just, I'm not sure if we end up having to draw a bunch of topsoil. I'm not just sure for the road maintenance we're getting and the topsoil, if we have to draw topsoil in, whether, hopefully they remember us when some of the paving contracts come up.
Go ahead, Jim.
regardless, in the plan set out, there is a rehabilitation plan, and we have to follow what those say. So if it requires this much depth of topsoil and we don't have it, we will have to find it. That is part of the rehab. So, and this land is being taken back to agriculture use, so it'll have a more of a depth than if it was an area that was just going to be possibly just planted with trees. So.
And that will be part of the negotiations as well as to who pays for the additional topsoil fill that's required.
We'll look into it as we move forward.
Thank you. Jim Ferguson.
My big concerns are with how close we are to a school, the village of Holstein. We don't have an idea of how long they will be there. And if it's, because I believe they've been out in Primrose area for quite a while, have they not? So if it's 10 years, and all we're going to get is that rehab done, I think we're kind of shooting ourselves. But my big concern is how close it is to Holstein and the school.
I think that can be addressed as far as I think John wants to maybe chime in, the hours of operation versus our hours of operation, the noise and the additional noise that an asphalt plant creates, I guess, has to be considered. It's already in the official plan and zoning for it. So.
Yeah. Well, it's just, yeah, no, and I get that, but you're still, it's not just the hours worked, it's the smell. And you're dealing with chemicals. And if you've been around an asphalt plant long, it's not very pleasant. And there will be runoff, and that it's completely different than a gravel pit.
John.
I was just gonna speak to how long they're gonna be there. That would be laid out in the agreement as well, be a term set out in there for, yeah.
Joan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A part of the report said 40 trucks per day minimum intermittently, and another one says 65. I just want to know, how will that impact our roads, the traffic, and especially the slower moving vehicles, seeing that we're at this part that says we're going to approve to negotiate a formal agreement? Thank you.
John?
So the trucks won't actually be using our road per se. They'll just be crossing our road, going out through Cox's Pit and entering onto Gray Road 109. They already haul, I can't speak to the number of trucks per day that they haul out of there, but they do currently haul out of that gravel pit down to Primrose to the asphalt plant when it's set up down there. And part of the agreement as well is that the trucks will only enter and exit to and from the north, so that the trucks will not be going down through the village as well.
Okay. Monica.
Yes. I'm just double checking my mic is working. It's okay?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Councillor John. That was kind of where I was going with regards to traffic and safety considerations. I'm not sure if it was already mentioned for the crossing, since trucks will be crossing Southgate Road 14. Will the township consider implementing temporary traffic control measures such as signage, speed adjustments, safety measures? And if there were any further route enforcement mechanisms in place that will ensure that we are in compliance with the approved haul route?
Go ahead, John.
So there will be truck entering signs put up on the road, and we'll monitor it. And if we do have to put up speed reduction, that could certainly be considered. What was the other question? I forget what was the other.
Thank you, John, for that. So that will kind of roll into just one more quick question that can go into one for route enforcement mechanisms to ensure that we have compliance with the approved haul route. And if I could just add that if we would have contingency plans for any possible accidents or unexpected traffic congestions in the area. So they kind of go together a little bit.
So we could negotiate that in the agreement as well, that if they are not sticking to the haul route, that there would be repercussions, whether we shut them down, or that would be all negotiated in the agreement as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. So seeing no more hands, I will call the question of the resolution that I read previously. Oh, Monica, you have your hand up still. Is this another question? Thank you. So all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Next item is 8.1.2 DWQMS Management Review Meeting 2024. Be it resolved that we received staff report PW 2025-001 for information and that council acknowledges the receipt of the 2024 Drinking Water Quality Management Standard Annual Management Review Meeting Minutes. Can I get a mover and seconder? Martin and Joan. Corey, welcome. Hello, Corey Henry. You are muted. There we go.
Morning.
Good morning. Did you want to elaborate on your report?
I was just going to answer any questions if there was.
That works just fine. Are there any questions from council at this time? Martin?
Yeah, one quick question and a comment. The fluoride seems to be going up, and I know it's not much, but every time we see it's the fluoride, it's naturally occurring. Is it worthwhile adding? Can you add something to keep that down, or is it just let it live? Because it's only like, what was it, 0.5 or something? It's not really a lot.
Yes. So the fluoride's actually come down since last year or since 5 years ago. And to reduce it, you're adding another chemical. So I don't know. My thoughts are with the direction from the public health unit that we're best just to make users aware of the fluoride situation. And that's about it, to be honest.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and the other comment was just overall a really good report, and reading the complaints and consumer feedback, you guys were right on top of that. So I don't think anybody can complain about the works department. So
Thank you very much.
Any other questions from council? Well, great. I'll call. Oh, Brian, did you have a question?
No, sorry, Madam Chair, I was just stepped out for a moment, but I just wanted to say that I really appreciate Corey's efforts to keep us safe with the water and what all he does and his crew. That's all I had. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely. Thank you. So seeing no more questions, I'll call the question. All in favor? That's carried. Economic development. I see Brenna Carroll online here, and we have the Downtown Revitalization Task Force Terms of Reference. We're going to receive the staff report for information and that council consider approval of bylaw 2025-015 being a bylaw to approve the terms of reference for the Downtown Dundalk Revitalization Task Force. Could I get a mover and seconder to put it on the floor? Jim and Martin? Brenna, good morning.
Hello, good morning, Council, and thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, this is just a report for the approval of the terms of reference in the bylaw in the next item for the Downtown Revitalization Task Force. So this is just about the structure of this task force that we'll be looking at downtown Dundalk and how we hope to develop a vision for it, gather data, and then set plans for revitalization efforts. Following this meeting, we have an introductory kind of meeting on the 11th with those who've expressed interest in being part of the Downtown Revitalization Task Force. And then if they are confirmed and available, they will be brought forward as appointments at the next meeting, and then they will start their first official meeting on March 11th to carry out task force items. So yes, we're just requesting the terms of reference approval, and I'm available for any questions regarding that. Thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you, Brenna. Are there any questions? Joan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Brenna. It's not a question. Just want to say I'm quite happy about the downtown revitalization. I'm always up for that. I am downtown and I love to see that we're taking so much measures in getting downtown looking like a downtown. So I am loving that, and I'm just hoping that we get all the stores and everybody involved, and that everybody is, welcome into it and let it happen as soon as it can, so we can get more people, we can get visitors. People would love to come downtown and look at it, especially all the murals that we have now and all the new stores and everything that is going on. So thank you very much, Brenna.
Okay, I see Monica's hand. Go ahead, Monica.
Yes, thank you, and good morning, Brenna. Yes, great project, task force. Just with regards to the community members that have expressed interest in joining the DRT, does the task force include a diverse range of voices from local business, youth, seniors, long-term residents? Has that been your observation?
Yes, honestly, we had to pick people who were available for those meeting times. So a lot of it was that. And then we also had to pick people that were interested in taking part of this. So we put out the call through social media. We did a feature in the newspapers. So we've advertised it in different ways. And from the people who've expressed interest, we have a variety of a few property owners, as well as local residents, people who work for downtown businesses, and then people who live in the downtown. So it looks like it is quite a diverse mix of people. So yes, we've tried our best, and then it obviously kind of depends on who is able to take part and has time.
That's great. So just with regards to like the terms of reference, for example, will there be opportunity or a time frame when maybe people, because with anything new, some want to see how it goes, what it's about, and then it picks up wind. Is there a possibility that people who become interested, a time frame when more people will be allowed in? Was that already in the terms of reference?
I'm not sure if that's included, but obviously if there's some members who realize that they are no longer available to take part, we would have to replace them, and we could put out a call for other members. As well, these meetings will be open to the public, and we will post the agendas online. So if people want to attend the meetings and then express interest, then there's definitely that option of including them.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, and the terms of reference invites 5 to 8 community members is the goal in order to hear their perspectives as well as staff representations. So if people drop off, I would imagine that we'd be open to others who may have expressed interest late in the game. All right, any other questions? I'll call the question. Oh, Brian, my apologies.
No worries. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quickly, Brenna, to be clear, this is an advisory task force to council, correct?
It's providing advisory, yes, to council and staff. So then once we come up with plans, we'll have to bring those forward to council and have them approved. So this group of people will help to develop the plans, and then those plans will have to come to council to be approved. That's right.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Monica, you have your hand.
Yes, just a question with regards to financial accountability and funding sources. So just with obviously tax budget and everything coming up, just wanted to confirm if we know what the estimated total cost of the downtown revitalization efforts will be, and if economic development budget is sufficient for that.
Brenna?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Madam Chair. We have a small budget just for community facilitations, and then also getting surveys out. So it will fall under the miscellaneous category of the ECDA budget. It's about $1,500, but that's a whole bunch of different things. Essentially, we'll keep it quite low cost, and then with the plans that will come in likely into the next year's budget. So either looking at bringing the plans to life, so that will be another budget item for 2026, or we'd have to look at getting funding and grant funding for those kinds of things. So for this process to develop the plans and consult the community, it's a very low budget, and then we'll use obviously in-kind resources like staff time and facilities owned by the township. But yes, it's a very low budget at this time when we're in the planning stage, and then we'll bring those proposals if there's more budget items for the next year. So yes.
Well, thank you. I really like what you said there, because that was just a kind of like a little follow-up was with regards to township being able to apply for provincial or federal revitalization grants to offset the costs and maximum funding that could be available. And I would be a really strong supporter that if some additional funds were needed, that's why I'm asking, is that that's something that we could always keep in mind, because I do believe this is a really important task force that has come together. And I'm just also echo the sentiments of rest of council that it's something much needed. And I'd love to see what's going to come from that. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no more hands, I'll call the question. All in favor? That is carried. We'll go on to the bylaw. Bylaw 2025-015, approve the terms of reference for the Downtown Dundalk Revitalization Task Force. Make it signed by the mayor and the clerk, deputy clerk, sealed with the seal of the corporation, and entered into the bylaw book. A mover and seconder, please. Martin and Brian. Any further discussion? All in favor? That is carried. Planning Department, additional residential units, PL 2025-007. Better put my computer, just one moment. And we have, I'm not going to read the entire motion. It's in the agenda package. We're receiving the staff report regarding file C924 regarding additional residential units for information, and that council consider approval of bylaw 2025. I'd like to insert that consider approval. Bylaw 2025-009 to amend zoning bylaw 19-2002 as amended to permit additional residential units. And I need a mover and seconder. Martin and Brian. Oh, I'll get you next time, Jim. And we're going to Ken, or sorry, I don't have that list in front of me. Bill. Hello, Bill. Good morning.
Good morning, Deputy Mayor DeBreen, Mayor Milne, and council staff. It's my pleasure to hopefully conclude the current initiative on additional residential units in Southgate. Under the proposal section of the report, there's a bit of a summary of the journey that I guess collectively we'd taken together. It began with the first staff report in August of 2024. At that time, there were a few options discussed. The motion that council passed directed that the township look at the zoning changes that would allow for 2 additional residential units in single, semi-detached, and townhomes, including one on a separate building where water and sewer is available. That is the type of additional residential unit that the province has mandated all municipalities in Ontario allow for in their zoning bylaw. The initial resolution also allowed for 2 additional residential units on agricultural lots within a certain distance of the farm cluster. Those types of additional residential units are allowed and encouraged by provincial planning policy. And the second option was 1 ARU limited in size on rural residential lots in rear and side yards in the R6 zone. There was a draft zoning amendment attached.
Okay, now it's
Thank you.
Sorry, I thought that might be me.
Nope.
We're good?
Yep, we're good. Carry
Okay.
on.
Sorry, a draft
was
zoning
that-
amendment was attached to that initial planning report, and you directed that there be a public meeting held. During the interim, while we were preparing for the public meeting, October 20th, there was a new provincial planning statement that was adopted, and that included, I guess, clearer and more enhanced support for additional residential units, particularly in agricultural areas. And that is, of course, part of Ontario's initiative to increase housing supply. October 23rd was the public meeting, the formal public meeting under the Planning Act at your regular committee. Actually, at that time, no one from the public attended, but there were agency comments, and they're summarized in the report. Shortly after that meeting, also at that meeting, the public meeting, council mentioned that maybe that would be a good time to do additional outreach on what is an important topic, and that was done through a notice and an open house held on November 28th. Just prior to that open house, we had another additional regulation related to additional residential units, and that mandated that parking could be in tandem for these. In fact, you could not prohibit parking in tandem for ARUs. So basically, the province, through the minister, was set a regulation out on how parking would be provided. The public open house on the 28th was very interesting. There was a number of comments held there. Your staff attended. I think some of the members of council may also have been there as well. And some very good feedback was received. So certainly when I read the results of that open house, it felt like it was good that council did reach out, direct that reach out occur, and that staff in these one-on-one meetings and opportunities for people to comment did get a lot of good feedback. You know what ARUs are about. There's the sections in the report that go through the county and township official plan and the zoning bylaw and what's there now and what's permitted, as well as provincial policy and the Planning Act. And aside from being permitted in all those documents, the ARUs and serviced areas, as I mentioned before, are mandated. So the township is a little bit doing a little bit of catch up to get this material in its zoning bylaw, but on the other hand, policy and regulations continue to change right up till your open house. So I think it's timely that we move forward with these amendments. And we've had numerous discussions with planning staff, public works, building staff throughout this process on just how best to implement this in Southgate. So I'll just move to the conclusion section now. As I mentioned, there was a draft amendment with the first planning report back in the summer. With this report, there's also a revised amendment attached to the report with the major changes shown in red. And we'll go through those fairly briefly. Those changes in red are outlined in the bylaw that is next on your agenda that staff is recommending you adopt. The conclusion part is a little bit helpful because you can see how public comment and county comments and other agencies kind of had feedback back into the way these rules will work. The first one was both the county and the public thought that 2 ARUs on the rural residential lots might be worthwhile or possible and beneficial. 4 lots that are greater than I believe 2 hectares. And so that's been worked into the draft amendment that's attached to the report and in the proposed bylaw. So those are the first 2 things that are changed. The third one relates to the tandem parking that's required by Ontario Regulation 299/19. And the county had also mentioned that for units that are detached. So if you have a garage where you want to put a unit above, or just simply have a unit detached from the main building, that the height allow for a second story above a garage for the additional residential unit. And that has been included in the draft amendment. And also there was a restriction on ARUs in cellar and basements. They're two different things. Cellars are quite a bit further down below grade, and there is a building code provision that would have to be met, so that even if the unit is in a cellar, there are proper life safety provisions. So the cellar restriction is kind of a dated one that goes back before there were building code provisions that protected these areas. The rest of the changes were mostly clarification on wording, and the rules for separate buildings. We did increase the lot coverage for ARUs that are in separate buildings. It was allowed you to have an additional 5% lot coverage. This now allows for an additional 10% lot coverage. So if, say, in the R1 zone, you wanted to have a separate ARU in a separate building, the current zoning lot coverage is, say, 40%. This would be allow you to have a 50% lot coverage. There's some other clarifications on some of the other more specific rules. In the urban areas where water and sewer is available, there has to be hard surface walkways, and from the parking area to the front door of these units. And also, all of them will have to have appropriate signage so that when emergency services respond, there is proper, they can find the unit, and if need be, perform whatever operations are needed there. So there are some attachments which show the sketches that were presented at the open house, and I can go through them and answer questions about them if you wish. I won't go through the amendments in great detail. I will try and go through them quickly here. The main thing that the first one is adding a definition of an additional residential unit, or ARU, in the zoning bylaw. And one of the things I wanted to point out, and when we first talked about this in August, we want to make sure that these are for long-term rentals by tenants, and not agency Airbnb type rentals where people are changed every week or weekend or every couple weeks. These are not to be vacation homes. These are for long-term rental by tenants. And in the cases of urban areas where they are mandated, they have to be connected to municipal water and sewer. And in the agricultural areas where they're permitted by provincial policy, they have to be connected to the private well and sewage disposal systems on the property. So just to make it clear that this is not an invitation to create housing for travelers. That has to be done in a different way. This is for long-term rental by tenants. And if an ARU is established anywhere, and the turnover is monthly and there's complaints, or it's noticed, then that can be a zoning bylaw infraction and would be pursued through the building and department. And when one of the things that came out of the public input session was the need for a summary guide, online information that's easily accessible and talks about what people need to do to operate these kinds of units and provide them, because I think it's something that the township should be encouraging. When that guide is prepared, then we would have plenty of information making sure everybody knew that these are for long-term rentals by tenants. The other things are mostly technical in nature as far as jargon. That change to section 5.1 for accessory buildings, that's really that part where I talked about units being above, say, separate garages and allowing for them within the height restrictions. the reference to 5.24, that's going to be a whole new section. Right now, you do allow accessory apartments in some zones, but not to the degree you're mandated by the province. And so that's why the entire rules in 5.24 are rewritten. It mostly, as you go through them, and I can answer questions on individual ones if you're interested, as you go through them, it just requires that they be connected to water and sewer if they're in the Dundalk area, or in the case of private septic systems and private wells, that they be connected to those. Also, that they comply with the building code in every way and any other codes that may apply. The basic setbacks that are applicable in the zones, including the agricultural zone, would apply, except, as I mentioned, now you can have an additional 10% coverage if you put a unit in a separate building. The second floor, again, is available in those detached units, and it still would comply with height requirements. There's the provision in there that the county asks for, that both the basements and cellar be eligible for these units. The required parking has to comply with the zoning bylaw, except with the exclusion that tandem parking spaces would be allowed. What a tandem parking space is basically a car can park in behind another car without a proper maneuvering aisle. So if you're in say a subdivision home with an attached garage, and there's one parking space in that garage, a second parking space right behind that garage would still be counted as a permitted parking space for an additional residential unit. So even though you can't get in and out without moving a vehicle, the province has mandated that. The reason they would do that is because some municipalities may have been using that as a way to restrict ARUs. And I guess in a balance of things, the province felt like any kind of parking congestion that might be created in streets and urban areas and such was less important than providing units. And people will make arrangements. I know when I was living in apartments in the day, we all would go out and move our cars for snow removal and such. So these things can be accommodated, and it is important to increase the rental supply. The rest of the language in there, I mentioned the signage and the hard surface walkway. Those are requirements for them. It's not a requirement to have a hard surface walkway in a agricultural area or a rural area. Those walkways don't have to be hard surfaced. The following, after that chart, there are specific changes for the ARUs. So a new section 5.24(1) and a new section 5.242. 5.242 applies to rural situations. And that's the extent of it. So those changes that are in red should be almost completely, without very few minor corrections, outlined in the zoning bylaw. That's your next item on the agenda. So that concluded my presentation. I'd be happy to try and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Bill. And brings us up to speed as far as the province is concerned as of the date of this report. We don't know what they'll decide later on. I see Monica's hand up, and then Martin.
Hi, Bill. Always great to hear from you. I had a question. I mean, obviously we have infrastructure, economic, quality of life, lots of questions. I probably expect to come through. One of mine was obviously regarding like quality of life for parking considerations, which I just heard you talking about. With the increased housing density due to the ARUs, how will the township ensure that adequate parking is available and traffic congestion in residential areas is properly managed?
Yeah. A couple of things that you do have in place that the province haven't changed, if I may, through the deputy mayor, answer that question, is the snow removal bylaw that prohibits parking on streets. And so that will obviously continue to apply. So if there is any parking on streets for ARUs during snow removal times, that will still be prohibited. I think after that, the rest of it will mostly be more inconvenience, primarily for the people who reside on these premises. So I think they'll have to be careful that they get tenants that maybe don't have two vehicles. But yeah, that it still can be an issue. I don't expect it to be easily resolved. If the uptake is a lot, then for sure you're going to see situations where there's cars being moved around in streets and so forth. But I'm of the belief at this point that'll be more of an inconvenience in nature, and that landlords and tenants will work these things out. And most of it should be contained onto the properties themselves. And it doesn't mean they have to have tandem parking spaces. They can provide them more if they wish on the site, subject to them meeting all the other rules in our zoning bylaw for parking. So
Just to follow up, that last part was actually what triggered my question to begin when I was reviewing, is that because the Ontario regulation 299-19 allows the tandem parking for ARUs, will there be any township specific guidelines to address potential issues? And I'm not sure if that's for bill to answer or maybe for planning.
I could try, and then Ken or Victoria, I'm assuming they're online, to fill it in. You do have the section in your zoning bylaw already that regulates where parking spaces are allowed and where they go and how far entrances can be across a front lot line and so forth. So, and landscape strips and the number and all that. So those regulations would continue to apply. The only difference would be that the tandem spaces for ARUs only would be permitted. That's not currently permitted in the township zoning bylaw.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see Ken Mallinson has his hand up, and I'm just going to look over to our building official if he wants to chime in as well, but I'll go to Ken first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to add to what Bill was saying, the one thing to keep in mind, Council, is this is about enabling this use to comply with provincial changes more and to align with the OREG. So part of, while I understand the councillor's concern, the other key piece is what is the level of take up? And that's something we'll have to monitor as we go forward. And we'll monitor that in conjunction with our building staff, because they will see the take up through building permits. I think it's hard to say what level of take up this is going to have, particularly in an urban area. Certainly from the open house, there was a level of interest, but do I think that it's going to be hundreds of units a year? I don't think so. I think we're talking a very small number, but we will monitor this issue, because certainly we have limited ability to address some of these quality of life concerns because of the way the OREG is structured. So larger lots will have an easier time to deal with parking than lots that are smaller. And that will also be an issue that will have to be taken into account, considering that these would not be subject to site plan approval, because the province removes site plan control from anything 10 units or less, preview of your next item. So certainly it will be caught at the building permit, and we'll have to monitor those parking issues as we go forward.
Nope. Okay, and keeping in mind too that legal additional residential units have to follow all the building code and life safety and egress, and may not necessarily qualify because of the nature of the structure, but also they may be cost prohibitive for some individuals. So this is not to say that people can just start building basement apartments. They still have to go through that process. And as you say, if there's, a lineup of 100 ARUs, we may have to be looking at water and wastewater capacity as well. So thank you very much. Martin?
Yeah, thank you. It's funny you mentioned that, because that was one of the things that popped up with me. So, it will affect illegal, like it will affect illegal basements. It has to, rental units. So that's a good thing. That is really a good thing. Zone 6 residential right now, before the amendment, you can't have any ARUs, and that'll change. But will that apply maybe to any, Phil, will that apply to only new builds? Because if you have an older building that has an existing septic and they want to add something, they can't possibly tie into that existing septic because that was made for that house. I can see it happening in rural, urban areas because you have that, as Bill said, mandated that it has to be wired up. So would it just be for new builds, or would that be a whole different process for like myself or anybody here who've been here for 30 years and we want to put a garage up? I would think it would have to be a whole new system, wouldn't it?
So through the chair, you can get a septic review on your existing to see if it will fit the new load. If not, you can add an additional sewage system and a well to your property. And that's all governed by the Ontario Building Code until you're over the 10,000 liters a day. But you can definitely hook up into your new or your old septic.
And that flows in with we already allow garden suites.
Yeah.
And if the garden suite can be connected to the existing system, great. If they can't, then they install their own new system. So we already provide that. Monica, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. So just through you, actually coming off of Councillor Shipston's question, I believe, or actually what you may have said, when we're looking at infrastructure and municipal services impact, this is probably for Phil again. If service capacity does become a challenge, do you believe that the township, will the township limit approvals or consider infrastructure upgrades? And has a phased-in approach ever been considered just to monitor the infrastructure impact before allowing full implementation?
Who wants to take that one?
I can try, and maybe everyone can chime in as needed.
Thank you, Bill.
We didn't, to answer the first part first through the chair, we hadn't considered a phase in because the urban ones are mandated. So the sooner the township could get its rules in place from the provincial perspective, the better. And those are the ones that are, if there is capacity issues, subject to what the CBO just said, that's where the township, I think, would have most of its concern. And as I mentioned during the presentation, Public Works was involved throughout the process, and their last comments are on the agenda, but there's an annual capacity report that's done. And as Mr. Melanson said, we're not entirely sure of the uptake on this. So those two things will be monitored, and annually you have these capacity reports that come to you on water and sewer. And if there is an impact, it may require some adjustment to the allocations that are made to greenfield projects. So the infill projects like these that are very much encouraged by provincial policy will kind of have first cut at that capacity. But it could, if there's a huge amount of uptake, which we're not expecting, it could lead to long-term improvements needed to infrastructure in certain areas, maybe earlier than thought, but that will entirely depend on uptake. I'd be surprised if it's more than a handful of units a year. That would be a good accomplishment, I think. And if you have that many, the capacity projections allow for a certain number of infill units. They may need to be adjusted a little bit, but I'm fairly confident this won't be a problem. If it is one, it'll take quite a while to start showing up in the reports that you receive.
Thank you, Bill. Okay, got a thumbs up from Ken. I don't see any more hands, so I will call a question. All in favor?
Sorry, I have one more question. Sorry, apologize. If no one else was going to ask anything. Sorry about that. Just one more question. Thank you, Bill. it's a lot of information. So just the last point that you were speaking about the uptake and trying to see potentially what this could look like and things of that nature. So when we're looking at public awareness and simplifying the application process, this is one of the questions I wanted to ask as well. Would there be a way to create a simplified step-by-step guide or checklist for ARU applicants to streamline the approval process? Then that way we could also possibly see what the numbers could look like. I was just wondering if that was something that was a consideration.
Yeah, through
Bill?
Deputy Mayor DeBreen, absolutely yes. And there's some good ones out there already. I think in the first report we linked into Owen Sounds.
Okay.
They'll have to check theirs now too because of the legislation changing, but we will definitely do that. And I don't have an issue, and it's subject to your staff determination of bringing that guide forward in a presentation format. It would be a collaborative effort for your building and public works and planning departments, but I think getting information like that out would be an excellent idea.
Perfect. Thank you, Bill.
I'll go to Ken.
I was just going to add through you, Madam Chair, that was actually one suggestion that was made from the public in the open house. So it's top of mind.
Thank you very much. Okay, last question to Martin.
Yeah, this just came to me with all these amendments and making it easier for these apartments and housing. Is it going to be easier for developers now because of these amendments? Because I think Flato came by with his presentation that he was going to try some new, I guess, prototype of buildings where there were going to be this style where there would be rooms and a basement already incurred. I think he said they wouldn't be grouped, they'd be all over because you get backlash. But would that certainly help?
If
Okay.
I may, through
Okay.
the chair, I expect that will start to happen. It is available to new developments. So it would be interesting to see the home builders in Southgate. How many of them will retrofit or not retrofit, pre-fit their homes for this kind of thing? They can do things like put separations between cellars and basements and egress points and things like that. I would think that they would want to anticipate that, particularly if, say, you're the home buyer and you want to have those things, then I think they would be doing them initially. And they may go to, as you said, as the counselor said, to new formats that have all these things sort of ready to go if homeowners choose to do it.
Thank you. And that would, if they are coming through subdivision approval and building permits, that water and wastewater is going to get accounted for right from the get-go. So that's even better. So I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Sorry, I didn't see everyone's hands on screen. All in favor? Great, thank you. That is carried. We'll go to the bylaw. Bylaw 2025-009, zoning bylaw amendment for file C924, Township Additional Residential Units. That we amend the bylaw entitled the Township of Southgate Zoning Bylaw, be read a first, second, and third time, finally passed, signed by the mayor and the clerk, sealed with the seal of the corporation and entered into the bylaw book. I have a mover, Jim Ferguson, and a seconder, please. Brian. Any further discussion? All in favor? That is carried. I'm going to take a call for a break before we move on to Ken. We have a lot of planning files, which may take a little bit of time. So we'll take I don't know, what time is it? Come back at 10:30, 5 minutes. Is that good? Great. All right, we are back. The next item for discussion is PL 2025-008, Official Plan Amendment 6, Delegation of Authority. Be it resolved that we receive staff report for information, that council approve Official Plan Amendment number 6, and that staff be directed to forward the Official Plan Amendment number 6 to the County of Gray for review and approval. Could I get a mover and seconder, please? Brian and Martin. And this is Ken Melanson.
Yes,
There
thank
you
you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Council. Council will recall that in August of last year, you directed staff to begin the process to draft this official plan amendment to look at process improvements to refine planning operations. And so this is the first step towards that, which is amending the official plan to put policy in place for certain delegations of decisions. Keep in mind, this is the first step, so it's a two-step process. The second step would through a delegation bylaw or a specific bylaw, yet again, preview of coming attractions for another item. You would then have to enable the delegation to actually take place. So this is the first step to enable those policies. The list of items that we've provided you also includes things that we don't currently have enabled through your official plan, simply to just get ahead of it. Should we ever go down the road to activate these other tools that are in the Planning Act, simply because doing an official plan amendment is a bit of a long process. So rather than go through that when or if we ever embark on the road to activate those tools, better to do it now. And then if we never activate them, it just sits there, nothing really occurs. So one of those examples is the community planning permit. That is a tool in the Planning Act that basically combines site plan control with minor variance in one approval. We don't have any policy to activate that in our official plan, and there would be a very large process that has to occur. But we are suggesting putting it in the list for now so that if we ever go down that road, you could consider to delegate that. So the next steps would be to forward this to the county for their approval. And I note that they've been at the table through the circulation process. We've made changes to the language of the OP amendment specific to some of their concerns with regards to the subdivision approval authority and site plan, no, sorry, not site plan control. I'm forgetting the name of the bylaw, but there was a bylaw that they have to sign, so they wanted to make sure that that was reflected. So staff are recommending approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ken. Are there any questions? I see Joan John, then Jason, then Martin.
Should I go ahead? Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Melanson, I have been trying to get a little bit of clarification on this. I remember when it was first brought to us, I wasn't 100% with this idea of some of the changes. I truly appreciate your expertise. I'm not a planner by any means. I'm not designated to anything, so I wanted to understand a little bit more. As I said, when it first came to council and I asked a question, I really didn't like your answer, and I'm hoping that I can get a better one today. Staff, I really understand the reasoning as to getting things expedited and faster approval time. But also bear in mind that as councillors, we're on the front line. We get stopped in church, in the supermarket, everywhere we go. And a lot of times the questions are, I want to have the answer or I don't know the answer, and we can forward you to the right person, to the right staff. Or I'm not able to give you that answer, but I can point you in the right direction, which I always do. The answer that comes back with that is, it will take forever for anyone from staff to give me an answer, or they give me some provincial big names and some words that I don't understand. So what do you guys as counselor know? So some of these things we really don't know. And what I am thinking, yeah, you want to free up council time and council member have separate planning meetings and stuff like that. But I don't think it's wise to take away most of that, because we don't want to be, I don't want to be a part of staff. I don't want to know everything. I have a lot on my plate. I just want to ensure that we have openness of council, and some of these decisions that are matters that might be taken away, which are not very popular or unpopular, how are we going to know about it so that we can answer some questions, not give advice or give directions, but like, I think on, let me see what page, I have the wrong question. Sorry. Number 7.17, number 2, the following matters may be minor changes, removal of age holding, temporary use, additional dwelling unit, community planning. It's right now, I think it's just a lot. So if you could just clarify how we would know about some of these things, or the ones that we might need to know so that we can have answers. Say, for example, when the trees were being cut down across from the cemetery, across from the funeral home, I had like 8 calls. Why are those being cut? I don't know. Direct it to staff or whatnot. So I'm just saying that I don't need to get into everything, but what is it really? I just need some clarification. Thank you. I know my question is all over the place, and I hope I can get a good answer. Thank you.
So if I may, Councillor John, is your question about how we will communicate these occurrences if we actually do enact the delegated authority, and how are we made aware of them happening because they're not coming to council anymore?
Rightly so, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ken?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. I like the term transparency. I think that's probably the best way to summarize what your question is. Correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor John. If I could get Alicia to put the bylaw up, because I recalled your question from August specifically, and one of the things that we have put into the official plan amendment is actually a provision, which is number 5 under section 7. So, yep, keep going. A little bit more, and right there. So staff will provide council with regular updates on decisions made by staff related to delegated decisions identified in policy 7.1 sub 2, which is the list that you referred to. And that is really about making sure the council is aware of any decisions that occur related to any delegations of approval operations that council enacts. And as the deputy mayor points out, the big question here is if you engage that. So this is the first step that enables you to consider that. You need to put the policies in place. Then the second step would be a delegation bylaw to say that you are actually enabling that to occur. Keep in mind that many of the things that have been suggested for delegation, such as agreements related to the implementation of a severance or a site plan, those are very technical aspects that under the Planning Act don't have. So a site plan, for instance, has no public engagement process, because at that point, it's a very technical exercise that we're looking at where the building is placed. Does it conform to the zoning bylaw? Do the engineering plans conform to our standards? All of the public engagement piece, so the bigger existential questions of, is this use appropriate on this site? And is this an appropriate thing to have happen, have already been dealt with through an official plan amendment or a zoning bylaw amendment, which would have occurred leading up to a site plan. So the community would have been engaged through those processes. And nothing in this, even if you were to delegate severances or minor variances, changes the requirements in the Planning Act that those specific things still require that a public meeting occur. So there would still have to be engagement through those processes as well.
Does that answer your question, Joan?
Thank you.
Okay, any, Monica? Oh, sorry, I'll add Monica, Jason, then Martin, then Monica.
I guess I'd start off by saying I'm all for cutting as much red tape as we can and getting stuff moving, but I'm a little, I guess, kind of to piggyback off Joan, like, so what are the ramifications? You know, if we make a decision as council on one of these things, it can come back to us. So say planning, I don't know who will be making the decision, you or the team. What like I guess ramification in that decision where council, we make the decision now, but what if the team has a totally different idea of what council has? How are we gonna, I get what you're saying, there's with the process gonna be planning meetings and that, but I'm just saying, what if the team has a totally different vision? I know we're not supposed to, but it could happen that council has. I'm just wondering what we put in place there to.
So through your worship, that's a great question about transparency for the public. We exercise the process as what is expressed in your official plan and what you decide to be in your zoning bylaw and what you decide to allow through amendments. So I'll give you an example. If John was to apply for a zoning bylaw amendment for a property, through that process, there's public engagement and there's a discussion that invariably happens here at council when you're deciding on the bylaw. So for instance, sometimes a member of council may express, you know, using what Councillor John brought up earlier, you know, what about trees? What about buffering, privacy? What about this? What about that? That comes up in the discussion. We take that back when we look at the site plan itself, but there are policies already expressed in your official plan that set out some basic design guidance in terms of building, and that's what we follow. So we don't have any ability to take any liberty from the policies that you've enacted. The only way that we could do that would be through a minor variance to existing policy that you've adopted, or through an amendment to come back and say, this policy doesn't work in this specific instance, you should amend it. And that yet again comes back to being your decision. So these are very technical processes that we don't have any ability to go and venture down another road. Simply put, you know, John could apply for an amendment to do something. We as planners and the planning policy may say, no, this is not really something we can support. If council says we're going to adopt that zoning bylaw, the question to us is answered. You've adopted the bylaw, we implement what you've decided.
Go ahead.
Well, so how do we compare with other municipalities? Do they do this same thing, or just curious? We always compare ourselves, so I'm just wondering.
So through your worship, to my knowledge in Grey County, and I'm not sure if the deputy mayor or perhaps the mayor may know better, I believe we would be one of the first municipalities in the county that would be embarking down this road. Yet again, though, this is only the first step. You haven't actually activated anything yet. One may get activated later on in the agenda, and that's something that pre-exists. But generally speaking, it's mostly with council. You will find that municipalities are moving this way, and this is what the provincial government is really all about is if we're going to get to their housing targets, the process itself needs to get faster. It needs to improve. And this is actually one of your strategic priorities, is to improve the process, make and look at continuous improvement. So from my perspective, yes, I understand where council's coming from in terms of a level of hesitation. It's a change from the norm. What we're trying to do is say to you, we don't have as much discretion as you might think. It's a very regulated process, and that we will communicate with you as, you know, should you take the second step with what we will do in terms of how this will move forward. And that too will be a continuous improvement, because you'll then be getting these reports to say, okay, we've done these things. We'll need feedback from you to say, is that good enough? Do you want more information? Do you want less information? So that'll be part of this learning as we go forward, should you activate anything.
Thank you. And before I go to Martin, some of the items on the list, we've already gone through a process where we've dictated what the conditions are. So removing of a holding symbol, we've often thought it's a formality, but it can delay the process 2 to 4 weeks. Where we've outlined what the conditions are, once all those conditions have been met, the holding symbol, the whole holding can be removed. We already allow for approval of garden suites. We already allow garden suites. We've established guidelines on what those garden suites should look like and the zoning for those. And these are not being enacted at this time, but they may come back and say, you know, here's our history and how we can just speed the process up. It's really just, we set the parameters and then you can then carry them out rather than coming back to council. Is that more or less what you're proposing?
That's correct in that example for a holding symbol. Yes.
Okay. Martin.
Thank you. Thank you. Just looking at it, at the 11 proposed changes, I can see the sense in expediting files because it is every 2 weeks for council. Would any of these affect committee of adjustment files? Maybe.
So through your worship, or through you, Madam Chair, it could. So if council was to decide to delegate consents, then those would, the actual initial decision to approve a consent could potentially go to staff. To be honest, we haven't thought that far ahead as to what that would look like. We just put it on the list simply to say, let's get ahead and create a list that you could consider. Quite frankly, I don't think that there's a lot of consents that occur in a year that there's a pressing need to suddenly change that. But if council were to suddenly give us direction to say, no, go that direction, then by adopting this OPA, you've already done step 1. So then we would come back with the delegation bylaw, which would be step 2.
Okay. Monica, you had your hand up?
Hi, thank you. I'm just taking my camera off and on a bit because of a technical thing. So just trying to conserve so there's not that wonkiness again. But yes, just with regards to through you, Chair, to Ken, sometimes it's kind of, I'm not sure if we have a defined understanding of what a minor, I know we have minor variances in application, but what would be considered significant and not significant. So my main question for that would be, are there any risks of unintended consequences where certain planning decisions though considered minor, might have a broad community impact? So while the decision or the application, whatever it is small, are we also considering what that small decisions can have big impacts at time? Is that something that's kind of worked into all of this delegated authority?
Ken.
So through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor, we're always mindful that our decisions have impacts. And so we always work within the bounds of the policies that are enacted through the province, through the provincial planning statement, down through the county OP, your official plan, and the zoning bylaw. In terms of what we were considering under 2A, which is the minor changes to a designation or zoning on a property, that would really come down to, did we get the zoning wrong outright? Which is always a possibility. Did we get the designation wrong, or has the mapping changed? And so, for instance, you may have the boundary line between two designations in one location, but it actually should be, you know, moved because the property, it doesn't correspond with the property line. And so then the designation is not correctly applied. So rather than put the, you know, if we can, when those situations come up, because we've actually had one come up recently, we actually go through and try to investigate to the best of our ability where things landed to see, did we actually make an error? Did county GIS staff make an error when they were applying what was done and getting the mapping prepared? And if it's not our error, so we haven't, something in the process didn't, everything went the way it should, then frankly, that would be something where we would say, no, it's not an error. You need to apply for a new amendment. Like, you need to amend it yourself, and it wouldn't go through this process. But if we did find that there was a mapping error or, you know, or something like that, then that shouldn't be something that penalizes a landowner to have to go through a very long protracted process. And that's what that provision is for, is that we would investigate, be satisfied that we're in a position that we know that we made a mistake, and rather than the landowner expending time and money to do that, we will fix it for them. But if we come to a conclusion that we're not sure, that would not protract that wouldn't prevent us from bringing a report to council to say, here's the situation. The landowner is claiming we made a mistake. We've looked, we don't see a mistake, but our records may be incomplete, for instance, and then seeking direction from you as well. So there are mechanisms within our operation that try to mitigate the risk. I don't think that you can get 100% risk-free, but we do our best to investigate.
No, thank you for that. I just had another question there. Did anyone else have a question?
Go ahead.
So just through you again, sometimes when people are listening to this, outside of the realm of, you know, what is delegated authority, who cares? Like, just anyone who's just kind of listening in, what types of developments or application could you just kind of touch on that would have the biggest benefit from this delegation process for the benefit of public or anyone watching?
Go ahead, Ken.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, there are a couple of items in the list that have already been included from amendments to the Planning Act that the province sees as beneficial to speed up the process. And I think we talked about one of them earlier, which was the removal of the holding provision. That alone is one of the last hurdles for a plan of subdivision to then be enabled to start obtaining building permits for the lots. And I'll be frank, it's often the one thing that everybody completely forgets about until the very last minute. So I see holding symbols and temporary uses as being beneficial, but most importantly is you've already had site plan decisions on the drawings delegated through Bill 109. So the execution of those agreements or any agreements related to consent or some other application through your committee of adjustment, those are very standard. And in my experience in being at this council since coming to the township, very rarely does council ask a lot of questions about them because they are pretty standardized. There's a template that we follow. That's not to say that there aren't questions, but pretty rarely. So I see the execution of the agreements and the holding symbol being most critical here.
Okay. I think it's also sorry, Jim? Go ahead.
Just to add, I think if we adopt something along this lines, maybe we could create a staff report that would come with a summary. And I don't know what that timeline is, if it's monthly or quarterly or something, for transparency, for council's knowledge, just to keep you up to date as well as, but I see the benefit and I understand council's involvement as well. So maybe there's some areas that maybe move in and out a little bit or have discretion for the approval.
I think part of our concern, if I might just lump it together, is that the after the fact is, you know, what's that timing, and if, you know, something has already transpired and we didn't know about it. You know, although we don't have a tree bylaw and it's governed by the county anyway, that's an example of, you know, us not knowing. And I mean, in fairness, staff didn't know those trees were coming down either, from what I understand. Under the minor changes, if I can sum up just as an example, where someone purchases a property next to their property and it goes in under the land title under their name, and the severance, it becomes one property. But in planning, once a severance, always a severance. That's something that the planning department could say, no, we don't need to go through that whole process because the province says it was severed, it just merged on title. We can expedite that process. I mean, that's just a very minor example. I mean, we want to make sure that we're not, you know, relinquishing all of our control. And I also note that this says matters may be, not shall be.
So through you, Madam Chair, we already do that as a matter of the zoning bylaw, because it's zoning lines are typically snapped to property boundaries. So if the two properties that you're in your example are the same zone, so what would happen is on the zoning map today, before they were amalgamated into one, there'd be a line down the middle between the two, but yet they would still have the same zone. All that would change on the zoning bylaw map is that line in the middle would simply disappear. And it would still be the same zone, because then the property line, because they've consolidated, simply disappears. It would be a bit different though if you had two properties where, you know, the first was A1 and the second was, I don't know, commercial. That would then have to go through a process to rezone, because even though the two designations were snapped to two different properties and that property line has disappeared, a property can have two zones, even if that line disappears.
Phrase, there have been instances where an individual purchases a property from someone that had a severance, both agriculture or both residential, doesn't matter, and they merge on title, but they were counting on that 25 acres or 5 acres.
Can't hear you.
My apologies. Thank you. Just to clarify, my question or my comment was that in some instances, a person has purchased a farm parcel with a residence that had a severance, but when they purchased the property, everything merged on title. But they wanted that parcel for an additional residence or some other function. So that could be applied for. And I don't want to get into those, but it has come before the, you know, under a severance, and we go through the process, and the planners always just say it's correcting an accidental merging of titles. So thank you. Monica, I see your hand.
Yes, thank you so much. I just wanted to, just through you to CAO, I think it's a brilliant idea. That was something I was going to kind of ask or see if that was a summary would be available for a period of time, and if there would be a review period to assess the effectiveness of the delegation process and whether there would be any adjustments needed. Is that something that could also be something considered? Or is that, what are your thoughts on that?
Through you, maybe I'll start, and then if the CAO wants to jump in.
Go ahead, Ken.
I'll simply say one word: absolutely. Yeah, we can report back as frequently as you want. Provision 5 didn't specify how often we would communicate decisions to council. So Mr. Ellis is absolutely right. If you embark on the second stage, we would be setting up within a report, not just the delegation bylaw, but how frequently would you want us to report and to what extent? And I think it's actually a good idea for council to ask us to monitor and report back and see how effective it is.
Okay, do we need an amendment to this resolution or is that understood? Holly, I'm going to look at our deputy clerk.
I don't think an amendment is necessary unless council wishes, but I believe that staff are willing and understand the discussion.
And clause number 5 in the actual bylaw does state that regular updates on decisions will be made. So I think it's understood. All right. I don't see any more hands and we've had plenty of discussion. So I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We'll move on to the bylaw 2025009 zoning bylaw for file C9. Oh no, sorry, where am I? Turn the page. Bylaw official plan amendment number 6, bylaw 2025-010, that be it resolved that bylaw number 2025-010 being a bylaw to adopt amendment number 6 to the Township of Southgate official plan be read first, second, and third time, finally passed, signed by the mayor and the deputy clerk, sealed with the seal of corporation, and entered into the bylaw book. I need a mover and seconder, please. Martin and Brian. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Where are we now? We are on 8.3.5. Be it resolved that staff report PL 2025-009 be received for information and that council repeal bylaw 2021-111 and that council adopt bylaw 2025-011 being the new site plan control bylaw for the Township of Southgate. Mover and seconder, please. Jim and Joan. And Ken, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is originally started as an update to the site plan control bylaw, but given the number of changes, it was suggested that we just simply create a new bylaw. This really is about aligning our site plan control requirements to recent changes under the Planning Act. The major changes being removal of buildings that are 10 units or less from site plan control, although the province did re-enable some level of that if those buildings were next to an active railway, which we don't need to worry about, or within a proximity of a river or shoreline of a major water body. The other being exemption of school portables under the Planning Act. That was not reflected. So we've gone through the site plan control bylaw to make those changes. We've also cleaned up some language as there was some inconsistency, just to make it easier to understand. The other thing that I would point out is that there was already a delegation that never seemed to be activated that is in your current bylaw that we've carried forward, that the mayor and clerk could execute site plan agreements once they were confirmed by the solicitor for the township to be ready to go. And so we are suggesting that in adopting this bylaw, we will activate that, which will mean that we will not be bringing site plan agreements back to council. That we would activate that pre-existing delegation that you already have that just never seemed to have been activated. So I can say in light of the item previously, you will be seeing a report coming to you in a future council about how those site plan decisions will be reported back to you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Martin?
Yeah, Ken, that 10 units removing site plan control, is that 10 units residential or apartment buildings or just 10 units? Like I'm talking, would that affect on-farm diversified use?
through the chair, it's only residential buildings. So any building form that would be 10 units or less.
I don't see any more questions, so I'll call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Site plan control bylaw. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2025-011 being a bylaw to establish a site plan control bylaw for the Township of Southgate be read a first, second, and third time, finally passed, signed by the mayor and the deputy clerk, sealed with the seal of the corporation, and entered into the bylaw book. Could I get a mover and seconder? Joan? Monica? Any discussion? All in favor? That is carried. Fill and site alteration bylaw amendment. Be it resolved that staff report PL 2025-010 be received for information and that council approved bylaw 2025-012 being an amendment to the placement of fill, removal of topsoil and site alteration bylaw. I'd like to add council consider approval. Could I get a mover and seconder? Martin and Monica? And this is Ken also.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This is a fairly simple amendment to I'll call it the fill bylaw, and that is to simply remove all references to fees from the fill bylaw and refer it back to the township's fee bylaw. There's currently an inconsistency, so as we've changed fees each year under the fee bylaw, it's not consistent with the fill bylaw. So the two fees are in conflict. We're going to remove them. And one of the things you'll see preview of the fee bylaw item later on the agenda is that we've incorporated all of those fee changes that are in this proposal into the fee bylaw itself. So that will now put the fee structure in one location, which can be easily changed.
I think it's a great idea because if we don't have them, if you have a certain fee in a bylaw, and you change the fee schedule, you've got to remember to change the bylaw. So this is actually going to save staff time as well and be and have one place to look. So I will ask if there are any questions. Seeing no hands, I'll call the question. All in favor? That is carried. The bylaw that goes with that, if I get a mover and seconder, Jim and Brian. Any discussion? And that's to approve bylaw 2025-012 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 2017-049. All in favor? That's carried. Then we go on to 8.3.9. PL 2025-011 zoning bylaw C35-24, David Bauman. I see Victoria is on the screen. She's taking this file. So this is, be it resolved that we receive the staff report for that file at 712665 Southgate Side Road 71 for information, and that council consider approval of bylaw 2025-007 to replace the provisions of the agricultural 1 exception 307 zone applicable to the existing on-farm diversified use at the subject file location to permit a maximum 750 square meter on-farm diversified use, workshop, office, agricultural skid steer room, skid loader room, and power room, 500 square meter outdoor storage area, and eliminating the limitation of 2 non-resident employees, and that the site plan approval apply on the on-farm diversified use. Mover and seconder, Jason, Brian. Sorry, I'll get you next time, Jim. And I will turn it over to Victoria. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you. I'll jump right in for C3-24. So as mentioned, the applicant is proposing a rezoning to amend an existing on-farm diversified use on the subject lands. There's an existing rezoned area of about 3,639, to be specific, 0.4 square meters. The rezone area is not going to increase. They're just proposing an increase to enlarge the maximum floor area within the OFDU. So it's a current workshop of 600 meters or 600 square meters. So they're looking to increase to 750 square meters. As well, they'd like to permit 500 square meters of outdoor storage area within the rezoned area. They're also asking that the provision in the zoning limits the non-resident employees to 2 people. They'd like to remove that as well. So they've proposed a 53.51 square meter agricultural skid steer room and 500 square meter outdoor storage area. And again, they'd like to increase to permit a 750 square meter maximum within the existing rezoned area under bylaw 33-2013. As well, the existing screen area will be maintained. The proposed outdoor storage area will also be located to the north of the shop. Comments received for the file you can see on page 4 of staff's report. There were no concerns raised or received regarding the application to of note. The small increase in the floor area of the OFDU and removing the limit of 2 non-resident employees, as well as adding in the 500 square meter storage area, will not impact the principal agricultural use of the land. So the proposed addition and removal of maximum employees will require a permit under the Ontario Building Code, where the Township Building Department will assess the adequacy of washrooms and the septic system. And the existing site plan agreement ensures they comply with D6 noise separations, but likely a minor amendment will be required to insert the new site plan showing the proposed expansion. Overall, planning staff recommend approving the proposed increase to the existing OFDU on site. Happy to take any questions.
Wonderful. Thank you, Victoria. Are there any questions from council? Seeing no hands, I'll call the question. All in favor? That is carried. We'll move on to the bylaw. Be it resolved that bylaw number C 2025-007 being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw number 19-2002 entitled the Township of Southgate Zoning Bylaw. Be read a first, second, and third time, finally passed, signed by, is that correct? Okay, signed by the mayor and the deputy clerk, sealed with the seal of the corporation and entered into the bylaw book. Mover and seconder, Jim? Joan? Further discussion? All in favor? That's carried. 8.3.11, be it resolved that staff report PL 2025-012 be received for file C36-24, Manessa S. Martin at 180032 Gray Road 109. Be received for information that council consider approval of bylaw 2025-008 to rezone 180032 Gray Road 109 to permit, I believe that's, is it Gray Road 9 or is it is Gray Road 9, isn't it? Yes, it is Gray Road 9. My apologies. It's not 109. It is Gray Road 9. To permit establishment of an agricultural use, farmhouse, barn, and shed on a separate parcel with a minimum lot area of 20 hectares under file B2-24, and that a holding zoned apply to a proposed on-farm diversified use with the holding provision removed when the lot under file B2-24 is legally created and separate. A building permit has been issued for the agricultural use and site plan approval has been granted for an agreement signed for the proposed on-farm diversified use. I need a mover and seconder. Jim and Jason. Victoria.
Thank you, Deputy Dobreen. Okay, so C36-24. Like you've outlined, the applicant is proposing to rezone to permit an on-farm diversified use. The rezoned area is about 3,994.7 square meters, and it'll include a 557 square meter workshop, 75 square meter power room, and 300 square meter outdoor storage area. The lot was conditionally approved by committee back in April of 2024 under file B2-24. And it created about approximately a 20.1 or 20 hectare lot where a 40 hectare lot is required. So the rezoning would permit the implementation of the conditions under the file B2-24 to address the undersized lot within the A1 zoning. And it is also will permit the use of the OFDU. So to ensure that OFDU is developed secondary to the agricultural use, we're proposing that a holding zone is recommended with 2 conditions, that the lot proposed under B2-24 is legally created and a building permit is issued for the farmhouse, barn, and shed. This is just to ensure that the farm cluster is there before the OFDU, so it remains secondary to the agricultural principal use on the subject lands. And site plan approval has been obtained and an agreement executed for the OFDU, which is typical. Comments received are found on page 4 of staff's report. There were no comments to note that were of concern for this file. Again, D6 noise separations. It's achieved through about a 200+ meter separation between the proposed OFDU and a nearby residence. And it'll be supported through the provisions in the site plan agreement. So staff are recommending approving the rezoning to permit the proposed OFDU on site. And note that the OFDUs are strongly encouraged by the provincial policy and guidelines for use of prime agricultural lands to supplement farm income and to support the agricultural community. And happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Victoria. Are there any questions? Seeing no hands, I'll call the question. All in favor? That's carried. Move on to the bylaw. That bylaw number 2025-008 being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 19-2002 entitled the Township of Southgate Zoning Bylaw be read a first, second, and third time, finally passed, signed by the mayor and the deputy clerk, sealed with the seal of the corporation and entered into the bylaw book. I need a mover and seconder. Monica and Jim. Any discussion? All in favor? That's carried. Finance Department. Thank you very much to the Planning Department. That was a lot. We'll move on to 8.4. Be it resolved that staff report FIN 2025-005 be received for information and that council approve a grant of $2,500 to the Dundalk Dance Association, a grant of $2,500 to the Dundalk District Agricultural Society, a donation of $500 to the Grey County Truck Show, a donation of $750 to the Dundalk and District Food Bank, and a donation of $750 to the Holstein and District Christmas Hampers. I need a mover and seconder. Jason and Joan. And Kayla.
Thank you. This is our annual report where people have applied for grant or donations to the township. These are a list of the ones that did apply, with the exception of the food banks, which we do on an annual basis, and the Durham Hospital, which did not qualify under this policy, so it will be brought to the 2025 budget consideration.
Thank you. And I will note that the Durham Hospital Foundation has been supported in the past through a different process, and I'll look forward to that discussion. It'll be nice that we have some room anyway with regard to the total amount awarded. Questions? Martin.
Kayla, with the amount left over, is there like 3 months other organizations can get any asking for money in, or is it cut and dried now?
Yes, through you. They can request year round for the grant portion. It was just the donation portion that was due by December 1st.
Well, I see no further hands. Oh, Brian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the report, Kayla. Do we, in our vetting process, I'll call it, ask for any demonstration of need for these funds?
Thank you. There are some qualifications that we assess. One of them being how many residents it does meet. Like there are certain qualifications that we do look. And I believe in the past there have been some that haven't been successful because they haven't met the qualifications, but these ones all met them.
And if I might, Madam Chair, further, a demonstration of need, at least in my mind, would be what resources do you currently have as a group? It seems a little, in my mind at least, disingenuous to provide a relatively small amount to a group that, has substantial resources of their own when there are other opportunities, i.e. perhaps the food bank, maybe a little bigger bang for the buck might be appropriate. Is there anything of that nature in the vetting process, Kayla? Please.
To my knowledge, no. I think that if there were more donation requests than dollars available, then maybe that would be something that would be considered. But because we did have the funds available, we didn't have to assess them that deep, I
Right.
think.
Okay. No, that's good. Thank you.
And if I might add also, the grants versus donations or funds, there's a sponsorship component or acknowledgement that the Township of Southgate is, they have advertising at the event, those qualifications. And it's worth noting that the food banks don't ever ask for the funds, but that we see value in supporting them. Joan, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, it was just a quick question to say, do any of these organizations write a report after they get these funds? What was it allocated for? What did they do with it or anything like that? Do they do a report and send it back to council?
Go ahead, Kayla.
Thank you. To my knowledge, no, but I know that some of them had written letters with their application, but I don't think after the fact we've received the letters.
Thank you.
Not a bad idea, though.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think it would be a great idea. I mean, as a person who have a non-for-profit organization, every grant or anything that I get, I have to write a report back to see what I did with it, how it was used, and just to give an idea of how it was spent and what happened, how good it was, how it came in handy, and how we appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. Community Foundation Grey Bruce also requires that, but would that require a policy amendment? We'll leave that with staff. Okay. Monica?
Yes, yeah, just to that point, when we first started this term, I remember putting forth the increase for the food bank. And I did have the same sentiment that Mayor has about some of the organizations, if they should be getting more money. So I think that what Councillor John just said is also very important because I almost think that certain organizations shouldn't necessarily have to formally apply. But I also understand the component of ensuring the accountability of the funds. So this is more of a comment, possible suggestion. If there was something to see where specific community agencies are so impactful in the area, if they would like to have more of the funds to help them run, and in that, one of the requirement be reports be provided. Yeah, so this is just something I've been thinking about over the year as well, specifically to this, because $750 goes very little for food bank, and then the Christmas hamper as well in Holstein. It just it doesn't really. So, and if there's so much money left over and we have so much need, food security issues, people can't afford different things, and it's just some thoughts and considerations, which hopefully we can revisit soon again.
Before I go to Jason, I'm just wondering if in the letter when you deliver or cut the check, that until we update the policy, that we invite them to share their story, after their event, because we also want to make sure that the event actually happened. And there's rules in the policy that if the event doesn't happen, but I'm just wondering if, we can invite them to do so while we are considering an amendment to the policy. And nothing, as you mentioned earlier, is that we can revisit this in the fall if there's still funds available to top up the food banks, which we've done actually at the end of the year normally. And I'm glad that it's on there right at the beginning, but we can look at how the budget's going at that time. Jason.
I was just wondering if I could make a motion. I'm a member of the Grey County Farm Safety, so we usually apply, and I guess somebody forgot, so I didn't know if I could make that motion, $500 if somebody would, or can we do it late now or no?
What we did in the previous, last year, we invite Grey County Farm Safety to send a letter, and it can be considered later in
Okay, that's a good
in
railroad,
that.
yeah.
You know, and maybe as the member of the committee, you can remind them in the fall that they should be getting their letter in.
That's fine.
Okay. All right, seeing no more questions, I will call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Oh, that's carried. Fees and charges bylaw approval. Staff report FIN 2025-004 be received for information, and that council directs staff whether to include insurance in Schedule K recreation, and that council consider approval of bylaw 2025-014 fees and charges bylaw being a bylaw to establish fees and charges for certain services provided in the township. And I'm believe Holly, you had a suggestion before we get a mover and seconder to consider?
I can make the suggestion, or did you want to have the discussion first?
Well, can we without a mover and seconder? Okay.
Sorry, if I may, through the chair, if you get a mover and seconder to direct, as the motion stands, we can make an amendment to it following the discussion.
So we'll look for a mover and seconder as the motion stands. Jim and Martin and Kayla.
Thank you. Again, this is an annual process that we go through where we update our fees and charges bylaw. We did apply a 2% increase to the schedules. The clerk's department worked with the other departments and it got these updated, and then the report outlines changes other than the 2%. We did want to note Schedule K, which is the recreation, does have two versions. There's a version with insurance and a version without. The insurance is something that was brought to us by our insurance company. And it would be insurance for the users. We do have information on it. However, it would be better if the insurance company were to speak to it directly to council if there are a lot of questions, because we still have some unknowns about it as well. But we wanted to put forth the cost to council so that they could see what the impact would be. And I'll take questions.
Thank you. Questions? I see. Oh, Martin.
Kayla, you just mentioned insurance, so when it says that they don't have insurance, they have to come, it's basically under our umbrella insurance, is that the liability? Because an organization who does have insurance obviously doesn't need to pay it to you. Would that cover your paperwork? Time to do the paperwork, or does that just be a premium?
The insurance amount listed as the premium. It wouldn't include the administration cost of the township administering it. It would just provide those users the liability insurance on top of the liability that the township already has.
Okay. Oh, and sorry, if I may, and the 2%, that's just over and above, it's not COLA, it's not related to anything. That's just not a number out of the hat, but it seems to be the one consistent over the years. Would that ever go up, or is 2% covering everything?
Thank you. The 2% is a number that we have used in the past. This year, it so happens to coincide with COLA as well. So we could consider COLA in future, but this year it does coincide with it.
Okay. I think through discussion with staff with regard to the insurance, if you rent a car, you have to take insurance. You have to you're purchasing your own rider unless you have that on your own personal insurance. This proposal is to basically have a person renting the upstairs of the auditorium for a birthday party purchases a rider or a policy through our insurance company for the hours that they are in the building. What we don't understand is the sheer volume of work that this puts on our staff to report and administer, as well as what that does for saving the township harmless. So Holly was going to suggest that we approve through discussion with staff, that we approve the bylaw without insurance, pending information directly from the insurance company, perhaps through a delegation, so that we fully understand what is and what isn't covered. Because there are certain things for instance, in the upstairs auditorium that isn't covered, like the rock climbing wall. So, Martin?
Yeah, and that's a good point, because some of the organizations I know of one where you should look at the fees, because they did the paperwork and they sent it to the people where they were renting, and they said, okay, you're under ours, and it was like only $30. So that's part of the process of getting the insurance company in, because that could go all over the place depending on how many hours, or if you wanted to use it for 2 days or whatever. So I'm okay with it.
Holly?
Yeah, if I may just read the amendment that we were thinking of, and then perhaps we can get a mover and seconder from there if council's in agreement. So be it resolved that the second clause be amended to state that council directs staff to exclude insurance in Schedule K recreation, and that an additional clause be added to state that council refer the option of insurance on recreational services back to staff to gather more information from the insurance broker to be presented at a future meeting.
Okay, that is an amendment that we're not saying we're not going to. Brian will move that amendment and Martin will second. Doesn't mean that we're not going to consider insurance, but that we need more information, considering it was the insurance company who suggested that we pay more money. All right, is there any discussion with regard to the, Joan, I see that you have your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, it was just a suggestion, because what I know that some organization will do is include the cost of the insurance in the rental. So maybe we might have to increase the fee of the rental to include that, what the insurance company is going to charge. But as you said, we're waiting to see what the insurance company will come back with before we do anything. So thank you.
Yes, I think staff had as many questions as council did. And there are organizations like yourself and like the Ag Society that carry their own insurance. So, why should they pay more when they could just waive if they can prove that they have insurance, then they wouldn't have to buy the rider. All right, I will call the question on the amendment. All in favor? That is carried, and we'll go back to the original motion as amended. Any further discussion? Call the question. All in favor? That is carried. And we have adopt fees and charges with that amendment. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2025-014, being a bylaw to establish fees and charges for certain services provided by the Township of Southgate, be read a first, second, third time, finally passed, signed by the mayor and the deputy clerk, sealed with the seal of the corporation, and entered into the bylaw book. A mover and seconder, please. Jim, you need a seconder? Joan? Any discussion? All in favor? That's carried. Okay, we have Chief Administrative Officer. A year in review, 8.5.1. Be it resolved that council receive the staff report CAO 2025-001, highlighting 2024 township accomplishments for information, and that this report be placed on the website for public access. Could I get a mover and seconder, please? Martin and Monica? Jim Ellis.
Okay, so yeah, this is something we've been doing for a number of years, connecting our strategic plan with our accomplishments or processes in place. And we have, at this point in time, I think we've pretty much touched on at least 41 of the action items. So we are getting there. There's a few that haven't had a start yet, but we are following the plan. We looked at giving this report with the individual goal attached to it and or priority or action item. But it kind of, when we were doing it, looked fairly messy. So we backed out of doing that. But these directly, if you want to look, they will have some connection. And if any member would like some clarification on a point, we can give you where it may touch on, but the plan is also attached with the report. With this year-end review, this also gives the department breakdown of highlights of where they've been working or what we've been doing, letting the public know that we're advancing in areas. So I won't go through those, but we'll leave them open for questions if there's any questions on that part. And then the second part of this report deals with the CAO goals for the upcoming 2025 timeframe. So at this point in time, I've identified 7 goals right now that I think are very key for us to keep pursuing. One of them is the update asset management plan, and we'll get into that a little bit further in the agenda. The next one's the development charge bylaw that's been ongoing for some time. It takes a little bit of staff involvement and the consultants to make this all happen. So we are getting closer to having this coming forward. And it also has a bit of a lengthy public planning, or I shouldn't say planning, but public consultation process involved. So we're hoping that in the later of the summer of 25, we're at a point to look at the new DC bylaw being passed. Keeping on the forefront are ministerial zoning orders that we're under a monitoring program, and we are reporting Ken's leading that quite a bit lately. So as far as we can understand from the province, we are progressing and advancing. So, you know, I don't think we're under the microscope that we're in jeopardy of any of those MZOs at this point. Goal number 4 is supporting this new Dundalk school build that's critical for the development in the area. You can see all the facts that have been in the history of this, of getting to this point, and the commitment of the school board and the province to make this happen. So we have to continue with planning and with the processes right now, changing and evolving with how to make this happen. So we can have a build that's ready for September 2027 is the goal for the school. So goal number 5 is the wastewater and lagoon treatment upgrades. We're almost at the stage to release the tender. We are just waiting for final ministry approval to carry on with that process. So we're getting there. It's been a long haul as well, but we're almost there. Goal number 6 is the Eco Park Phase 2, the road infrastructure construction. That is to proceed. We're hoping this spring to go to tender with that work. That will start from the west side of the continuing of the existing Eco Parkway and moving east, but staying back out of the corridor limits of Highway 10 at this point. We've been involved with the Ministry of Transportation on ongoing meetings, either monthly or even shorter than bi-monthly. So we are progressing very well in that area as well. So, but we anticipate we'll be into construction on that road. There's a few other hurdles to go through we're working on, and Ken will be bringing those reports with crossing the county rail trail and making those all align. The other one, goal 7 is just 2026 recycling for non-eligible sources. We will be bringing updates and where we can go with that. But as we all know in the province, this has all been delegated now for blue box recycling for residential collection to bigger firms that will, and for us, it's a Grey Bruce wide, and we're allotted in. Waste Management does have that award, but we will not be collecting residential curbside blue box in 2026. That will be collected by Waste Management through Southgate. We'll have to decide on ineligible sources, and we'll get into more depth about that as we go through this journey. If we're going to implement keeping those in a program, that we'll have to devise maybe a way that that's going to be possibly paid through their taxation classification, because they're non-residential sources. So just in concluding, we are using the strategic plan to move through and follow through with council's wishes and the community through this initiative. So, and again, we're looking for celebrating some successes in Southgate 25 here this year. So.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jim. Worthy of note and great news. Congratulations on our application for the water and wastewater upgrades. Would you like to speak to that, Jim? That we found out recently?
Yeah, so that I did touch on that in the Roma conference report in the delegation section that Southgate was awarded through the HECS, I believe. Without looking at the report, there's 2 acronyms, they're very similar, but the 3.4 million dollar for the wastewater upgrades. So muchly needed. So we're appreciative of that, and we're looking forward to moving that one this year for sure.
Great. Thank you. I see Monica's hand up.
Yes, excuse me. Thank you for a great report. Just a quick question about recreation, just for you to recreation manager. I just wondering, did we have the I think was it the cricket field that also was part of the opening last year?
Morning, Kevin.
No, good day, good people. That's going to be built in the new sports field, so it's not there. Recreation is taking our plans to a special council meeting here in the next month, so you'll be able to find all the processes and everything we're going through with the new sports fields and the direction for all those.
Okay, okay. Because I thought that I thought we had like a temporary one that had opened. So last June, the reason I'm mentioning is that would be a great thing to list as well, to be identified as you're handling so many things to get going that everyone wants from the rec department. So I don't know if that was something like a makeshift one. And then the other one was, I think we had the community garden reopened after a decade. That wasn't necessarily, well, would you consider that to be part of recreation? Because I was on the committee last year and just talking with, I believe it's Southeast, I always get them mixed up, Southeast Health Center and Crystal, and they did some stuff with the library too. And do you think that would be something that would be included in the report, just because we're talking about the accomplishments for Southgate?
It's in my action plan that will come up in that meeting, but the community gardens have always been there. They never went away for 10 years. It was just COVID that nobody took action, and sometimes they don't have a front person from the Southeast Grey on that community garden, so they've just appointed a new person the last couple of years. So it's always been there. There are people using it, but it's more led by that organization, so they've taken a better interest in it in the last couple of years. And as far as the soccer or the cricket, yeah, we had teams playing on the existing soccer fields that we have in the agricultural land.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, just about the community gardens. I think like when I was speaking to them, they said it was like kind of closed down for the 10 years, but it was always there, like you said, but it wasn't just being used. But okay, I just wanted to make sure that everything that especially like any department is doing or involved in gets listed because those are really great. But looking forward to this year to see what comes forth. So
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Martin?
Thank you. Jim, when we were at Roma, we went to that session where they were talking about the blue boxes. And one of the things that we talked about after was that nobody ever asked the question about these non-eligible. Like, and a consensus in the room was that a lot of the information was haphazard and a lot of people didn't know even in that room what was going on. So with our fleet, do you think it is financially viable to pick up those non-eligible recycles? Because we're still going to have our waste and organics, right?
Go ahead, Jim.
Yeah, absolutely. That's an option for us to consider, because really there'll be 1 week of that 2 week cycle that we're not necessarily needing to be out there unless we're just going to collect organics, and maybe we'll have to look at that cost factor if that's going to be a weekly thing or go to a bi-weekly with the green cart. But we've been thinking of this. We also thought that maybe if by chance that there was an opportunity that we could have been the service provider for Southgate and keep as status quo as we have been in this transition period, because of our 40-60 split in the box. If we could pick as the drivers come along, if it's residential, it goes in one side. If it's ineligible, it goes in the other side, and not collect green that week. But that won't be a solution. That won't happen, but it was something we were thinking. So yes, we could go around, but somebody's going to have to pay, because we will not get producer responsibility to chip in for any of those non-commercial, or the commercial, the ICI, the farms are considered as well as being non-eligible, even though it has a residence. So we could send the truck around for that week, and actually Trevor's going to do some pilot and on a couple routes and just pick the non-residential and see what the outcomes are. So that's part of our process we're working through here in the next little bit. And we still have some negotiations to do with Waste Management regarding the assets that we own and that they require, the blue bin. So we haven't even had high level with them. There was a discussion prior to the award of the contract of what Southgate would do, but it never lifted anywhere from there. So all we can say right now is stay tuned. But what I would see is if we can carry on with this, that maybe that ICI sector will have a separate tax per se of the general taxation, and whatever that amount is, I'm not sure if we're going to provide the service as a curbside collection.
Go ahead.
I'm glad you mentioned the carts. That was another thing, because who'd look after that? Would they buy the recycles when they're needed or use up our stores? So I'm glad you touched on that too. So thank you.
Well, I hope that they don't change the color, because I think Waste Management, they're all green with a different color lid. So we like our blue bins. I guess one of the questions, I was at that session as well, and we were all disappointed in that most of the conversation was about, poorly managed landfill properties where the province is going to run out of landfill in 10 years. Our staff have done a great job and previous councils in preparing for that. Jim, could you elaborate the ineligible pickups where it's commercial in, let's say, downtown Dundalk, but there's a residence above? And you mentioned that farms are ineligible. even though they have residences on it. Does that mean that rural properties will no longer get recycle pickup unless, or are going to be taxed extra? Thank you.
Yeah, you're correct with what you're saying. I forget the series exactly. If you are, is it 300 series is residential in the MPAC?
I don't know.
I'm thinking it's 300, but I might have to be corrected. But if you're MPAC and you're in our system as the 300 series, you will have your recycling picked up by Waste Management. And if you are in any of the other categories, the 200, the 500, the 600, 700 series, that top end is ICI. You will not be being picked up by Waste Management. Downtown Dundalk, it's going to have a split class. So it's going to be, those are still some things that haven't been ironed out with this program, but technically right now they're saying no, they won't pick them up. So, and obviously the big ICI that we have, and we have a few in and around the community, but let's just say a Tim Hortons or something like that. We currently do not service them for those type of waste services. So there's a bunch of legwork. Everyone's in the same boat here. It's not a perfect scenario they've laid out for us, and it's going to leave us holding the bag on some of this stuff.
So much for producer responsibility. Recycling is recycling is recycling. And I can just see now we have different trucks going down the road. We have the not picking it up and picking it up. It would be like Grey County going down Main Street, not plowing with the blade up. People are not going to understand why their garbage isn't being picked or their recycling isn't being picked up. Anyway, we've had this discussion before. Okay, so if there's no further questions about the year in review, I'll call the question. All in favor? That is carried. I need a motion to go past.
Noon. It's the chair.
It's the chair. Yes, we need a motion to go past noon. Martin and Jason. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I got a message as well, so.
Did you? Okay. I was just dying.
No, I was watching the time, but I was hoping we would get through that staff report. All right, now we're moving on to CAO 2025-003 Asset Management Plan Update and Consultant's Recommendation. Be it resolved that we receive the staff report for information and that we approve the staff recommendation to proceed with the 2025 Asset Management Plan Update with PSD Citywide, and that council approve the PSD Citywide quote of $57,700 for Asset Management Plan Professional Services, AODA Document Services of $2,500, and Council Presentation $1,800 for a total amount of $62,000 plus HST, and that Council approve the funds to be included in the 2025 Finance Department Operations Budget. Can I get a mover and seconder for that, please? Martin and Brian? Jim?
Okay, so yeah, this is one at the top of the list here. We failed to come into compliance with the regulation as of July 1st, 2024. And then there's another phase for July 1st, 2025. This was led at sometimes by staff, and keeping the asset management plan is a living document and keeping it going. It's somewhere where we haven't quite met up to our own needs due to the staffing with the finance department and taking on other roles with different situations that have occurred for us throughout the last little bit. So The only way we're gonna meet this target is to get this done by someone else. Obviously, we'll be assisting as well. We've talked to a couple firms. PSD Citywide can get us into their system and give us a target for by the end of the year to be in compliance with both phases. I think this is the map we need to go forward, just because we know we're still being funded through programs by the province. And technically, if we don't have that asset management plan up to date and on our website, they do not have to give us the resources. So at least giving this, that we have a plan, we have an action, that somebody's carrying on with this, we're going to accomplish this, I think is going to be able to satisfy the government's requirements and know that we've got a plan and we're working on it. We recently had, even yesterday, another conversation with a service provider that we've dabbled with in the past. And again, their focus was that they could help us, but we would basically need staff time and staff resources to make it happen. And currently, that's where we're under the gun and under the pressure. We can't commit this time, and having the outside source do it is our total target to make this happen and get it done. So we've looked at this, that we can fund this through the finance operations plan. If Kayla can speak to it a little bit further, but some gapping dollars that we're going to see through 2025 due to staffing is where we are targeting to get the funds from. So again, this is mission critical, and that's why we've looked at our procurement policy. We currently are not meeting regulations, and I believe this is something we have to forge on with and get it done.
Okay, thank you. Kayla, did you want to elaborate?
Yes, I can through you. As far as the operating budget, when we originally set our budget out, it would be for a full year for the approved positions that we already have, which would be the Director of Corporate Services as well as the Treasurer. And at the current time, we don't have those roles in place. So we would have gapping dollars from January 1st until we do fill those roles. And we've worked out the dollars and believe that the gapping dollars would cover the 62,000 plus HST.
And I think having a consultant that actually has been doing this and understands where we are in the process and can pick it up and carry it through is different than trying to find an asset manager, asset management manager. Are there any modernization fund dollars left? Doubtful.
I would have to look into that. I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you. Questions, Martin?
Thank you. I have no problem with this because we need to get that done. And if it is 62,000, that might be small compared to what we'd lose in grants, right? So that makes sense. It says on the one line to have the project complete in 2025. That's kind of vague. Could they say 6 months? Because it is such an important thing. And would they give us preference because of our position? Because just to say it'll be complete in 2025, we could say staff will have it done in 2025, right? So would there be an onus on them to get it done ASAP?
Jim?
In discussions with PSD, they would start on this pretty much right away once they're authorized to move forward. And they've given us a timeline of 7 to 9 months. They know we can't meet July 1, 2025 with their current workloads, but they can get us by the end of the year. So that's why I think we put this out to the ministry once we confirm if we go ahead with this program, the way we're going to roll it out, and give them the confidence that we are building and getting this done. So I believe their commitment is good. Watson's, we talked to them, they wouldn't tackle us. They said, there's no way we can even get you. Even by the end of the year, they didn't even think they could accomplish that, so.
Go ahead.
And being a private company after the fact, when it's all said and done, would there be templates or information not proprietary that they could give the township to keep on top of it for the oncoming years? Because that could be a good bonus too.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that would be ongoing. It's a living document, so there is information currently with the new subdivisions, the few that pieces we've assumed. They aren't in our asset management plan, so they still have to get in there as well. So, but we aren't the only ones in this situation. There are a majority of around 50%
Yep.
maybe that are in the same boat. So we just don't want to lose our funding dollars that are or get denied them because they're critical to make everything of this piece of puzzles in lots of areas come together. So I think it's the number one priority right now for us.
Yeah. At our AMO board meeting on Friday, the presentation by the AMO staff was that about 51% of municipalities didn't make the deadline. So the province is aware, and there is a shortage of staff and a shortage of consultants. So the fact that we can get in to this, be taken on by this organization and actually see a light at the end of the tunnel, even if it is 9 months, we're ahead of the game than most. Are there any other questions? I'll call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Good Roads Conference Delegation Requests. Be it resolved that staff report CAO 2025-004 be received for information and that council provide direction regarding submissions of ministry delegation requests for the 2025 Good Roads Conference. Can I mover and seconder, please? Martin? Monica? Jim?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring this to this meeting due to the fact that it closes February 21 and February 19th is our next meeting. So that would give us very little time to put together the brief. I just threw out a couple ideas here. Again, hopefully the Ministry of Infrastructure talking about the asset management plan. We're moving forward now. So I will be reaching out to some of our representatives at the ministry about that. Now we have a plan, but maybe we don't need this one as a delegation, but that was just a thought at the time. The next one, number 2, the suggestion was for the Ministry of Agriculture, due to the municipal drains and the beavers that we have. Should we be thinking about the province looking into some funding for the maintenance of these drains? Because this all comes out of the general taxpayers' pocket as a group, not, it doesn't get out of the pool that when you do a municipal drain and it's assessed to the property owners that benefit. So I think that, I don't know if this has ever been looked at by the ministry before, but I think it'd maybe be time to knock on the door and say, these beavers cost us a lot of money and maybe municipalities need a little help on dealing with them. So that was my food for thought. And I think Deputy Mayor DeBreen, did you want to bring forward a recommendation you talked about, or?
So I also suggested that, or would suggest that we request a delegation to Ministry of Transportation, possibly also the Solicitor General with regard to Highway 10 and Highway 6. The congestion, the nature of the traffic. Melancton has been in conversation with OPP as well as the province to look at the safety of their roads, not necessarily the highway, but we have council and staff received an email from a resident expressing concern about the safety and the congestion on Highway 10. We can't stress enough to the residents that they need to slow down and abide by the rules of the road, and also take into consideration the condition of the road, the weather. But it is, bottom line, it is an enforcement issue, but we have been advocating for some time about, what are the province's plans for Highway 10 up the Highway 10 corridor, Shelburne, Dundalk, Markdale, they're all experiencing high growth and the congestion's only going to get worse. So I would suggest with council's, approval that we add that to the list. And if we don't get the delegation, we can always send a letter, can always have those conversations with MTO as we're at the table with them. But Jim?
So on that note, I did reach out yesterday afternoon to Melanchthon CAO Homes, and she said the delegation went fairly well for them at Roma, although she wasn't there. But she is going to bring this also forward to their council tomorrow at their meeting, whether we would do a joint delegation. The fire chief, we've asked him for some information on accidents on the highways at this point. So we do have some information, but if council wants to proceed, let us know what you want to talk about.
I like the idea of a joint delegation. Martin?
Yeah, it's funny that one was brought up because Highway 6 and Highway 10, it is always getting busy, go to Mount Forest and what have you. And with all the congestion, there's been numerous accidents up in where 6 and 10 get together in Chatsworth. And that's the end of the bottle. So I think that would be a really good delegation to look at.
Okay.
Even though it's King's Highway, it's not really ours, but it is in the sense that our residents use it, right?
Well, we can highlight
Yeah.
the fact that we are growing.
Yeah.
And, we have to think back to when the 410 ended at Heart Lake Road. So, there's always a plan, and maybe they already have a plan, but we'd like to know about it, and we'd like to let them know about, what we're experiencing here. So go to Monica.
Yes, great discussion. As always, our OPP Police Attachment Board is, moving forward. We have the inauguration on the 25th, and then we'll also be able to have a framework to present safety concerns in the community. So this is definitely everything about the road situation. I do look forward to doing what I can to bring those things forth that way. And if there's anything else that I can help support in, I'm always here, and glad to hear all the discussion about this, because one thing Deputy Mayor just said is true. We are growing. So these are really important concerns.
Thank you. Before I go to Martin, Monica, did you just say that the Joint Police Services Board is actually going to start meeting on the 25th? Would that be February or March?
Sorry, just for clarification, we're having our inauguration on the 25th. And then on that day, we should be cementing our meeting dates. So we don't have the meeting dates yet. We're just getting the inauguration done. And that's the day, from my understanding, the information I received, we'll be able to cement more of a schedule. And then we'll also be able to have that framework of proposing and presenting concerns. I've been working with the commanders and different ones for different issues, but I feel like once we get more formalized in our meetings and things of that nature, we'll be able to really bring these concerns forward.
So by the 25th, are you referring to February?
Yes.
Thank you. Is it open to the public?
This is a very good question. I did ask, I was planning on asking that actually, which I'll probably do again right now. So I'll let you know.
Yeah, find out if it's virtual or in person and whether or not others can join in. Thank you.
No problem. So one thing, it is in person, and all of us will be there in person. I believe it's at Great Roots Museum, if I'm not mistaken. But let me get some more information so I can give the accurate one. And then, yeah, I'll let you know if it's open to public.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Martin, you had another question?
Oh, no, not a question, just a comment. With the municipal drains, you said it was the first time it might be brought up to them. It might be a good time to actually do it with all the kerfuffle with the drains, the railroads and municipal drains. It is in their scope of vision. And even if you mentioned little things like the beaver issues, how much is that costing the township? Because that fee for the trappers went up, 4 times from what it was before? So it is affecting. It'd be a good thing to bring forward to them. So I would say definitely do that one as well.
Any other questions, comments? So I think we don't need an amendment to include that. We've had the discussion. All in favor? Monica? Yeah. Oh, that is carried. Bylaws and motions. Road widening B4-24 Edwin and Ellen Berenger, Fairbanks Creek School. Be it resolved that bylaw number 2025-013 being a bylaw to establish a highway in the former township of Egremont, consent file B4-24 be read a first, second, and third time, finally passed, signed by the mayor and the deputy clerk, sealed with the seal of the corporation and entered into the bylaw book. Mover and seconder, please. Jason and Jim. Discussion? All in favor? That is carried. Notices of motion? There are none. We have consent items. There's quite a few in 11.1 regular business. I'll seek a motion. Are there any items that want to be pulled for different direction? We can still discuss the items. I see no items to be pulled for different directions, so I'm going to look for a mover and seconder to approve the items. Jim and Monica. No items to be pulled. We have a mover and seconder. Are there any items that council wishes to ask questions or discuss? Martin?
I just had one for enforcement activity.
What's the number?
PES 2025.
Mike, please, Martin.
Turn your microphone on, please.
Oh, no, that's
So
another.
11.1.1?
Yeah, sorry, 11.1.1. Yeah, I was just wondering, in the report, it mentioned something about dogs, dog bites and attacks, enforcement trends. That's remained steady. But when I looked at the actual graph of all the different, I'll pull it up. Just your report, it mentions a lot of different things, but it doesn't, in the report, it doesn't mention any dog bites, or like it shows days of impoundment, return to owner, adopted, euthanized, veterinary services, fines, but it doesn't mention any actual incidents of things like that. Is there a reason for that? Is it a different level of,
You'll need to come to a microphone. How about right over here? Thanks. So we'll just get Hannah to a microphone and we'll turn it over to our bylaw enforcement officer, but Hannah Coombs.
Thank you for that question. So the canine attacks weren't listed as a specific item in that spreadsheet. So they were counted separately, but canine attacks and bites weren't actually listed as an item in that spreadsheet. So that's why they mentioned separately to that spreadsheet.
Okay, thank you. Any others? I'll call the question. All in favor? That is carried. Correspondence 11.2. Are there any items that need to be pulled for a different direction? Seeing none, I need a mover and seconder to accept the items. Martin and Brian. Any discussion? All in favor? That is carried. Resolutions of other municipalities. Are there any to be pulled? Okay, I need a mover and seconder to receive the items. Jim. Seconder. Martin. Any discussion? All in favor? That is carried. Nothing under the closed session for information. County report. Mayor Milne, would you like to tell us about what's happened at county recently?
I don't believe there's been anything dramatic that I'm aware of. Business as usual, of course, with the new warden starting off the year. If there's any specific questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay. I can also add in that our Mayor Brian Milne, in his capacity as warden for the past 2 years, was received a commemorative plaque from Bruce Power and thanked for his leadership over those 2 years. Rose Lane is moving forward. The redevelopment of the Rose Lane apartment there will, as it moves forward, will increase from 11 units to 40 units, but we're in the early stages. And yeah, business as usual, as you say. All right, members' privilege. Joan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say a big shout out to CBC Morning Book Club from CBC News. Got wind about Authors in Conversation at the library that we have been doing for the past couple of years. And they have actually reached out to us, and they will be coming to Authors in Conversation, and they will be interviewing Wayman Ackley on his 3 books. It should be air on CBC. Oh my God, I think it's February 19th. I'm sorry, I forgot the date that it's gonna be aired. There's no sense in talking about it if I don't know when it will be aired. Oh, the interview would be at 7:50 on Wednesday the 19th, and it would be aired on February 18th at 11 a.m. So I hope I'll get more information on that as to the exact radio station and when it will be on television. So I think that's great for the Township of Southgate and for the library that is already booming. Thank you.
Hey, Joan, can you clarify the dates with Holly so that she can include them in the highlights? Because it sounds.
I'll forward the email to her with the specific as soon as we're finished, because I'm going back and forth to my JCI email, which I don't want to right now.
Any others? Brian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to give a shout out to the library. Thank you, Joan, for spiking my memory. Lacey always has such a good report, and it's very heartening to see the participation of the community in that facility. It's one that's too often kind of glides under the radar, but the library is a huge resource in the community. So thank you for all the work that I don't know whether Miss Joan, are you still the chair of that board? Yeah, a huge shout out and thanks to all of the board and the staff that make the library what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Mel. Yes, I was going to touch on that, but I think I've beaten that horse so many times. I was leaving it to Martin. We are really doing great things at the library, and the collaboration is just wonderful. And I don't know, maybe we soon have to build upstairs. I'm just kidding. Thank you.
Shameless plug. Monica.
Yes, just wanted to wish the Tamil community happy Thai Pongal. It's their time of harvest, and we do have a nice community of Tamil people in our area, in Dundalk and beyond. And also just keeping in mind that we have almost 80,000 people going homeless in Ontario, according to the AMO report, and encampments are growing. So just wanted to continue to bring the awareness for homelessness and housing needs in our area. If you see someone struggling or anything like that, just reaching out to supports in Grey County and beyond. That's just something just really been on my heart, and I believe a heart of everyone. And yeah, just going into amazing month of February for Black History Month. We know that Councillor John is really active in bringing those initiatives into the area. So looking forward to all the great things happening for the month of February. And I'm really looking forward to Maple Fest, but I think that's later on this year. But I can't wait for it because it's awesome. But anyway, looking forward to the rest.
Thank you, Councillor Singh-Soares.
Welcome.
Yep, Maple Fest is the second weekend in April. So
okay, can't wait.
Yeah, but we're all looking forward to it, and maybe less snow. I do have to tag on to Monica's comment about Black History Month. Junction Community Initiatives had their kickoff on Saturday. It was well attended with, over 80 people, and good meal and lots of fashion and fun, great performances. So lots to do in the month of February, lots of activities and events that are being organized. So keep an eye out. Yeah. I think that's it. Any others? No? Okay. We do have a closed meeting, and it is 12:21 that we go into closed session at 12:21 in order to address matters relating to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, subject litigation update, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or board employees, subject HR update, and that all those required remain in attendance. And at this point, we are going to remove 14.5. It's not required. Are there any other amendments to that list? No? Need a mover and seconder. Monica, is that hand up to move it?
I can move it. It's just that unfortunately, I'm going to be excusing myself because of pressing engagement and commitment. So I do apologize. I will be counting myself, absent from this point forward for the council meeting. And if that's okay, then I would just like to, if you need me to move it still, but I think Councillor John has something. So.
Sorry, Joan, will you second that?
No, yes, I will, but I was also asking if we could get a 5 or 10 minutes break before we go into closed session.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we have a mover and seconder to go into closed session. It is noted that Monica will not be joining us for closed session. She'll be leaving. All in favor? That is carried. We are in recess for 5 minutes, and we'll see you all on the flip side in closed session. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
I was just dying to do that 12 o'clock.
All right. Are we back? And we're back. Thank you. We are now out of closed session and I can report that we only discussed the matters for which we disclosed and that staff were given direction to proceed as in closed session. I have a confirming bylaw. Need a mover and sector, Brian and, oh, I got everyone, Brian and Jim. I guess there's no discussion. All in favor? That is carried. Adjournment. Jason at 1:25 p.m. Jason Rice, seconder, Jim Ferguson. All in favor? All in favor? That is carried. I was beginning to think you wanted to stay here all afternoon. All right, we are adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Take care.